Well, welcome to the St Lawrence ground here at Canterbury. It's the first session of the final day here. A little bit gloomy overhead, and the possibility of showers just adding to the frisson of excitement for both teams. As I said yesterday, for Kent, they would like this final day to be as dull as ditch water. 162 for 3 as they try and bat out the rest of the day. Northamptonshire would love all sorts of excitement before lunch. We're closing in on a victory. I'm Matt Cole alongside me, Andrew, Rad, and Northamptonshire have bossed this game. I would say perhaps the one session that Kent were on top was last night, which has led to this situation, and we're still here today as this game is still alive and kicking. But Northamptonshire, I think it's fair to say, still favourites to win this game.
Yes, I think morning, Matt. Morning, everyone. Yes, I think you have to say that. But I think they obviously face twin obstacles today. One of which is the resilience of the Kent batting, and we saw that very much from Ben Compton yesterday, who played a very characteristically Ben Compton innings to keep Kent afloat. And the other thing, of course, they've got to be aware of is the weather. And I've had the radar on since very, very early this morning, and there is a dirty, great blob of rain just to the east of us here at the St Lawrence ground. You can see, looking over to our left, it is not the best. It's a question of whether we just catch the edge of it or miss it altogether. The light is not great. I think that you're absolutely right, Matt, and I don't think the lights are on, of course. I don't think it would take a huge amount for the umpires to start and get a little bit twitchy. Of course, it doesn't really feed into it as far as twitchy is concerned, because they will have a reading, and if it goes below that, we're off. That's simple as that. They did take a little look, I think I'm right in saying, before we actually the players took the field, but we're obviously satisfied at that stage that it was okay. But I would be surprised if we get through completely uninterrupted today, to be honest. But Northamptonshire will think that if they can get session and a half in, maybe. But Ben Compton clearly is the man they need to get shot of. He was superb yesterday, 70 not out of 170 odd balls.
Yeah, and in a I was going to say a pitch battle, but that's not no pun intended. Particularly with Calvin Harrison last night.
Yeah, it was a terrific duel, wasn't it?
Probing outside his off stump, and Compton doing his best to see it off with 4 close fielders around him, wicket keeper breathing down his neck as well. We're going to start with Harry Conway, and I would say it's a good idea with floodlights on and with the light not terribly good. Why not turn to your Quick, who took 5 wickets in the first innings, to see if he can get amongst Kent early. Compton 70 from 169, as Andrew was saying, as Conway comes down the slight slope from the Nackington Road end. Compton turns this into the onside. It's fielded. A fairly procedural bit of fielding at mid-wicket, and that's no run to start the day. I'm going to reach for my scorecard.
Oh, sorry, I've got
not at all. No, I don't know if this is mine. I'm just stealing yours now, right? There we go. It's Ben Sanderson, 26. There we go. I think from the radar, it rather looks like that blob of showers is. Oh, I see what you're saying now. looks like the eye of it. Yeah. The severe stuff has moved away from Canterbury, but yeah, it
close.
Could be touch and go today.
Yeah, I think so.
As Conway then bowls to Compton. Back past him, very gently played by Ben Compton. No aggression. He goes off to a square leg. I talked to him last night. I always wonder about that. I don't really want to talk to batters in the middle of innings, and some of them tend to be a little bit superstitious and nervy about it, but Ben Compton was absolutely fine. And I said, how do you do it? Increments of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 runs, 10 runs? He said, no, this is going to sound very boring. Just every ball for me. Well, just really one ball at a time. Clear your mind after every delivery if you can. So.
Well, already the umpires are deliberating, I think, about the state of the ball. Oh. The handcuffs are out. They're having a look at it. And they have decided that it is indeed going to need to be changed. Now,
in 2 deliveries?
Yeah, you feel slightly that's a bit of a double-edged sword as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. They presumably have tossed the ball to the umpires because he's not doing anything.
Yeah.
Which is usually the way, or may just have gone a little bit out of shape. But we're now going to have a delay whilst the box of balls comes out, courtesy of James Sales. He looks a bit like a second-hand ball salesman.
He does.
coming out with his little box.
Going door to door.
Yes. You cannot do without these old cricket balls. But it also means, of course, that when Northamptonshire need to try and get every minute's play in that they can today, they're going to be doing nothing for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
and every minute lost is a minute lost on the final day, isn't it? There's no way of making the overs.
No,
96
absolutely.
maximum off. But we'll see. We're just going to do an update for our BBC Radio Kent listeners on this commentary line. And we just lost the station at the moment. So 162 for 3. There it is back. Jolly good. With Lucy Horrobin's show this morning.
Just listening out for M25 Dartford Crossing.
Crikey, yeah.
Expected to be ridiculously busy at about 6 o'clock this evening. That'll come.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
I'd say with that. And we set the scene this morning then for our listeners on BBC Radio Kent. And Lucy, we love a thriller in sport, but Kent would like this final day to be as boring as possible as they're trying to bat out a draw, so no wickets falling will be great for them. 162 for 3 they are resuming overnight. They are 344 behind Northamptonshire, but never mind that. They're never going to get to parity or go beyond that. What they need to do is protect their 7 wickets left for Northamptonshire, who've bossed all but one session of this game. They are very much favourites to take the victory today. Kent much less likely to save a draw. But Ben Compton, who's out there on 70 not out, was obdurate yesterday. It's very much the way he bats. He says it's his job to be boring at the top of the innings for Kent, and much of their hopes seem to rest on how long he stays out there this morning and beyond. So that's set the scene here. It is cloudy, may have some rain interruption, so that would help Kent in taking time out of the game. But right now we do have commentary, and it continues via the BBC Sport website and app. And that is Ben Compton being as dull as you would like. just defending the ball into the offside. I mean, that really diminishes it, but he's very frank and very honest about his role.
He did exactly what the team required of him yesterday.
Indeed,
him and Sam North East. I mean, that was, as you rightly say, that 152 run partnership in 50 overs, so they took a big chunk out of the game.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Kent need to do.
Indeed so. So Conway to Compton. That's a lovely shot actually from Compton. Let's talk about him being boring. That's a beautiful cover drive, and that will go for 4. It will indeed. So chase for James Sales, who managed to sell a 60 over old ball to the umpires. He's got the change rattling in his pocket as he goes out to extra cover.
Yes,
with 4 runs.
Your home cannot possibly be without one of these. Think of your children.
Yes. As used by royalty.
Yes, they're dropping a man out now at deep square. So again, it's a question of whether it is the short ball coming or whether it's the double bluff.
It's Conway then to Compton. Just nudges that into the onside, and that'll be a single. The wide open spaces of the onside, and a run to end the over. So Jazz Singh, the night watchman, having done his job last night, seeing off a couple of overs, is the non-striker once again.
I think he's actually got 1 ball to face.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
I think they've.
I always say 6 is just 1 too many.
Well, it was slightly off-putting with that 2 balls, and then we had the delay.
Thank you for making my excuses
for
me.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's. I tell you what, this light isn't great, is it? It really isn't.
I do wonder. The clouds aren't moving, are they? There's no breeze here. Singh leaves that. There's some excitement, but actually could leave that on length. It's bouncing over the height of the stumps, but 4th stump line through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. 1 negotiated by Kent. Just a 95 to go on the final day. 167 for 3, and that's how many overs at the moment are available to Northamptonshire to close this game out for a victory.
Well, this is probably the least surprising thing we've seen today, which is that Calvin Harrison is going to bowl from this pavilion end, and as was hinted yesterday from the Northamptonshire camp, you sense that Harrison may not have too many breaks today, apart from maybe enforced ones because of the weather. I think he's going to be bowling an awful lot of overs, potentially. Bowled beautifully last night, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 45. Picked up the wicket of Matt Milnes, first night watchman, right at the end of the day. But as you mentioned earlier, Matt, he was the one bowler to really cause issues for Ben Compton. There is a little bit of rough, it's not much. But as he proved in the previous game against Lancashire, bowling to left-handers with a little bit of rough outside the left-handers off stump, he was a real handful. Picked up 4 wickets on that in that second innings of Lancashire. And company for Compton with a slip, a silly mid-off and a forward short leg. And round the wicket goes Harrison, and already just gets a little bit of turn. Not prodigiously, but it's nudged out into the onside by Compton, and there's no run. He does a little dance. We saw Darren Lehman doing a few moves this morning with the Michael Jackson soundtrack that was over the speakers here. Forward goes Compton and clips that one away through square leg. Runs for him here, probably a couple. Chased back towards the Freeman House flats. And indeed, 2 runs onto the total. Compton goes to 77, Kent to 169 for 3. Still 337 runs behind.
I don't think I was being over extravagant by suggesting they will not get to parity, but
well, no, I think that's probably about right. Forward goes Compton, plays that one back down the pitch for Harrison to field off his own bowling. I mean, to the naked eye, the light doesn't look a great deal better than it was when we came off a couple of times in the match, but obviously they have the electronic device. Forward goes Compton and pads that away, which is slightly fraught with danger when the odd one is just bouncing and turning a little bit. But this great fascinating tussle continues. That's a little bit short from Harrison, and it's turned away round the corner by Compton. There is a man on the 45 saving one, James Sales, and there is no run as a result. Still short leg, silly mid-off just in front in the batter's byline. Slip as well. That is short from Harrison, one of the worst ballers he's bowled, and it's pulled away by Compton. Only half stopped by Sales, who holds up a hand of apology, I think, because that wasn't his Sunday best. And as a result, they're able to come through for a couple. 171 for 3. Compton is 79. That's the end of the over. And Conway will continue from the Nackington Road end. We have a world exclusive here, don't we, Matt? Because we were just coming up the stairs after the coffee run, and a source, I will say, close to the match officials, revealed that the cause of... We had a bit of a delay yesterday afternoon, didn't we? Keith Dudgeon was batting at the end of the Kent first innings. We thought it was somebody moving around. Apparently, it was the Northamptonshire flag fluttering proudly over the Frank Woolley stand.
It's been noted. As Conway bowls to Jazz Singh, just puts gentle bat on that. It runs out towards Ricardo. No, sorry, it's not back in centre. It's save. In my defence, I mean, actually, there's no defence because they both have numbers on their back. But they are
similar stature,
similar heights.
yes.
Yeah, they've both got their hands in their pockets. But of course, Vasconcelos is at 1. Harrison is at 2. These are the slips, by the way. Bartlett at 3. Save then is at a backward point, just backward point. Cover mid-off, which Luke Proctor, I can see mid-on. A square leg more or less behind the umpire, just a little bit ahead of square. Singh. That's a nice looking shot by Jazz Singh, and that may well go for 4. No, the fielder is going to haul it in, and it goes 4-2, and it's Rafi Weatherall at long leg to complete the fielding. There may be a third man.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
It was,
nothing wrong with
just
that.
Sort of leant into it, didn't he? Just gently, but.
And apparently, then, in order to facilitate play to continue, you had to sort of lower the flag a little bit, just so it got out of the batter's eye line.
As Conway to Singh, he has a little flirt with that outside the leg stump, but through the wicket keeper, and no great alarms there. Yeah, I'm trying to work this into some sort of gamesmanship, and I'm finding it really hard.
Well,
how dare they fly their flag
know.
proudly at the top of the flagpole, as if they'd already won the match?
The only thing I will say in the batter's defence is that it is a big flag. It's known to the natives as the bedspread, because it is fairly large. So
come down here with your big flags. That's Conway Bolts to sing. Oh, he's just chipped that up just short of Nathan McSweeney at mid-on, and there was brief excitement before they realised that it was dropping short of the man at mid-on.
That's got to be a line from a Carry On film, hasn't it?
What's that?
Come here with your dirty great flags hanging out. So anyway, yes, this let it not be said that your BBC commentators are not doing all the investigative journalism that's required.
As Conway from the Nackington Road end to Bortz is. Oh, is he just checking with Ben Compton there?
Don't think so.
Compton?
Don't know.
Because he just had a look at the stumps, Harry Conway today. I don't think Ben Compton was backing up that
sure
hard.
He wasn't.
No.
There is absolutely no telling with with Harry Conway, Mad Harry, as Darren Lehman calls him, amongst other things.
Who knows what's distracted him there?
Maybe it's the Kent flag.
Could be. Bowles to sing now. Oh, that's a delicious delivery. Has it got the edge? No. It's a great ball. They're appealing again. Conway turns around again. A shake of the head from Jazz Singh there. I've not hit that, mate, he's saying to Harry Conway. Or maybe hoping he hasn't, that's for sure. But certainly not given by the umpire, and whose decision is final. 173 for 3. Close, though. Very close.
It was.
Good ball.
My first thought was that it had just possibly brushed the... There wasn't a noise that we could hear anyway, and it may just have brushed the trousers or the thigh pad. But, as you say, the ump's in the ideal position.
So, yeah, great delivery. One to come of the 59th over. Singh faces this one, just gets everything out of the way there. Suddenly a very late body swerve from Jazz Singh, who was about to play that outside the off stump, and then did a bit of, a bit of a hula as it came to him. Perhaps a little bit more graceful than that. Let's call it a matador move through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, 173 for 3 in any case.
Yeah, Darren Lehman was just doing a few little moves this morning when he was in the net.
Yeah.
We should explain, there's like I don't know, it's a sound system of some sort down below when the players are practising down in front of us. And I just picked up my phone to do a little video of it, and he stopped doing it, which was maybe just as well.
Protecting the innocent.
Yes, indeed. Harrison will continue to the left-handed Compton, round the wicket, flighted right up. Compton tries to drive, doesn't time it, and it goes up on the on-side of the pitch, and Harrison goes across to field. Off his own bowling, still a slip, silly mid-off, forward short leg, backward point, extra cover. Mid-on, mid-wicket in tight, square leg just in front, and a man on the 45. Harrison in again, turned round the corner, this time sails on the 45, fields cleanly. And there is no run. 173 for 3. 11 runs added this morning. Here's Harrison in and bowls, and again turned round the corner. More work for Sales to do at backward square. Northamptonshire will be, I'm sure, particularly keen to wrap this up, bearing in mind that Durham and Worcestershire have already got wins. They in Division 2. They finished their games yesterday. Here's Harrison in again, flighted right up to Compton, who pushes it up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yorkshire against Derbyshire. Derbyshire looking in a very strong position in that game to beat Yorkshire, so Northamptonshire won't want to be left out of the wins. Forward goes Compton, plays it on the bounce to silly mid-off, and there is no run, but as Luke Proctor was saying last night in his post-match interview, you've got to earn it, and there's still work to do. Here's Harrison in bowls, and that I think might have been the top spinner. It just hurried on a little bit to Compton, and he pushes it out into the offside. Fielded by Conway, who immediately peels off his sweater, hands it over to Luke Proctor, who I'm sure, being an obliging fellow, will take it and pass it on to the umpire. Umpire Hassan Adnan does so. 173 for 3. And Conway it will be to continue. I was just looking at what's happening at Headingley, where... Not at Headingley, sorry, it's at Old Trafford. Derbyshire looking to beat Lancashire. Lancashire 154 for 8. So they are 131 for 8 in effect against Derbyshire.
Here comes Conway then to Singh to start. Oh, it's a great bouncer. Has he got something on his head? He's gone. Gloved to the wicket keeper. It's a fabulous bouncer, and Jazz Singh, Kent's number 11, struggling to get out of the way of it. And the good news is that he's not hurt. The bad news for a Kent point of view is that he has gloved it to the wicket keeper. The finger from Hassan Adnan went straight up. And so Jazz Singh caught behind off the bowling of Harry Conway. 7 wickets in the match for the big Australian right now. It's a wicket for Northamptonshire, not the one necessarily they crave, but it's one more to the total. They have to get all 10. They have 4 now, 173 for 4 as Jazz Singh goes for 2.
Yeah, it was an absolute brute of a ball, wasn't it, from Conway? We were saying, this pitch has not offered a huge amount to the bowlers, certainly not when Northamptonshire were batting, and a limited amount to seaman spin. But Conway managing to really bend his back and get that to fly, and well, I think it would have inconvenienced and discomforted a batter rather higher up the order than Jazz Singh would normally be batting. It was a really good bouncer from Conway, and Lewis McManus had to leap up like the proverbial salmon, as they say in the football season, to take the catch. And it brings Tuanda Mayeye to the crease, and we're into the business part of the innings now, aren't we, really,
Yeah.
with Mayeye, Bell Drummond, Everson. Of course, as in the first innings, Kent will have batting right down the order, because Chris Benjamin played really well at number 9 yesterday, and of course Jaden Denley as well, who, if he does get out there, will be on a king pair, having been knocked over cheaply. Well, first ball indeed by Conway. Yorkshire, meanwhile, at Headingley, 74 for 6 against Hampshire, needing another 352 to win. Something tells me they're not going to get them.
I think not. And great to see. Well, sorry, I shouldn't take sides, but it's great to see that some of the less fashionable sides perhaps holding their own in the top division gives hope for teams getting promoted from Division 2. As Conway bowls to Mayeye, angles that out. Looked quick, that one, to me. Maybe just an extra effort from Conway, and good length as well. Pinning Mayeye to the crease. He got 48 in the first innings and looked pretty good, actually, of all the batters in it. I mean, the score suggested he did top score, but he looked... It was a surprise, I think.
Yeah.
Even though wickets were tumbling around him when he got out. So
again, it was one from Sanderson that just bounced a bit, wasn't it? And he got off the shoulder of the back-to-back point.
A ton against Durham in the Kent second innings there, and they need that kind of thing from him today with Ben Compton. It's come off the pad. The running's a little bit sketchy as they almost bump into each other for the second, but Weatherall, try as he might, wasn't going to get that in quick enough. So 175-4 came off bat as well. There we go. Came off something, maybe glove. Sounded glovey rather than all paddy rather than bat, but 2 runs to the cause. 175-4.
Yes, I mean, you sense that when we touched on this earlier, that Calvin Harrison is just going to plug away from this pavilion end, and Proctor will be able to rotate his seamers at the other.
Conway to Mayeye. Just rather altered his shot at the end there. Not exactly squared up, but back at the bowler. Proper test this. Conway's bowling quick.
Well, it does mean potentially, of course, if Harrison is just going to keep going from this end, then it does mean that the likes of Conway, Sanderson, Proctor himself, Rafi Weatherall can have sort of short, sharp bursts and can bend their back for 5 or 6 overs.
Conway to Mayeye now. Gets well forward to that. Bends the knees as he propels it towards Ben Sanderson. Immediately starts shining the ball after he picks it up. Number 26 on his shirt, 175 for 4. I can tell you, I don't know if it's rain, but there was a single drop of something on the window here.
Oh, yes.
But I was going to say, and I'm going to stand by it as well, the good news for Northamptonshire here is that there are rain clouds around Canterbury, but there is almost no wind. So at the moment, what you have, you hold as far as weather goes. So a little bit brighter than it was when we started as well. So yeah, he just pushes that off the pads. And that'll be no run as it's stopped by James Sales. Was in that position. I'm hoping very much that he's still where he is indeed. Stops it at mid-wicket. 175 for 4 at the end of the over. A good one for Northamptonshire, taking the wicket off Chassing.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Matt, that it looked a tad brighter, and I thought it might be my rose-tinted spectacles, but it's, I think it's
crimson tinted.
Crimson, yes, or maroon and gold tinted spectacles, but to give the traditional colours. But yeah, I'm just having Anthony Harris just having a word with Luke Proctor about something. Proctor in there, an extra cover, and Harrison it will be to continue with still those 3 close catches plus the keeper. Harrison in and bowls, and Compton pushes forward, not offering a shot. It ballooned off the pad up to silly mid-off. There was an appeal for LBW, an extremely optimistic one.
Yeah, it would be asking an awful lot.
Yeah,
for the umpire to
well,
get
it would have taken a bit of guesswork, I think, which umpires tend not to like. Rightly. Here's Harrison in again, bowls and turned away in the general direction of square leg. I think it bounced off forward short leg and was tidied up by Lewis McManus behind the stump. So still silly mid-off, slip, forward short leg. Floodlights on. Harrison round the wicket, bowls to Ben Compton, turns it past short leg, out to square leg, and there is no run. As I have to say, flag stop play is a new one to me. I've seen the old dog on the field or swarms of bees or something, but that's something a bit different. Here's Harrison. It really flights that one up, gives it a lot of air, and it's driven by Ben Compton past the bowler without any great force, but they are able to get a single as Luke Proctor himself tracks back towards the Frank Woolley stand.
Yeah, I've definitely seen, and I can't remember which, this was 2-3 years ago, the swarm of bees are suddenly all the players start lying down.
That's right. Yeah, I've certainly seen that at certainly seen that at Northampton. And I mean, there's the obviously sun shining off either a part of the ground or cars or whatever that occasionally holds things up. But the flag distracting the batter is a new one to me. Now Mieye is facing Harrison, and that's a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, and Mieye goes onto the back foot, punches it up towards mid-off, but Harrison comes across to field. There is no run. Deep backward square, just going onto the boundary. And, another helmet's coming out. There's, as we say, considering Northamptonshire wanting to try and get every minute's play they can, we've had a long break for the ball. We've now got a helmet coming on. I think Nathan McSweeney is going to go under the lid, so they want to have another close catcher in to under Mieye. Must mention also that both Northamptonshire and Kent second 11s are playing today. Kent seconds are playing Saka, South Asian Cricket Academy, not too far away at the Polo Farm, and Northamptonshire seconds are playing Warwickshire on the sort of the second ground at Edgbaston. So we'll keep you up to date with those because there's some interesting players involved. Here's Harrison in bowl short and cut away by Mieye, and that may go for 4. In fact, no, it won't, because there is a man sweeping on the boundary, and Mieye comes through for 2. That was a little bit short from Calvin Harrison, and Mieye had plenty of time just to punch it away past extra cover. 2 more runs to him, then he goes to 4, and Kent to 178 for 4. I have to say there are not too many spectators in today. You might have been wondering why there's not a rapturous applause for good shots or anything, but it's a small crowd.
Yeah.
There was not a great deal of queue in the coffee, the cafe down to our left this morning. There's a few of what Fred always describes as the Nackington grumblers at the far end of the ground, just a few, but not too many in today. I mean, it's not a terribly nice day really for watching cricket, but Northamptonshire are going to make their first change of the morning, and Ben Sanderson is going to come into the attack.
Yeah.
Talking of Fred, here he is.
Parsimonious as always. Not Fred, who's the height of generosity. Oh, well, no, he's nodding. He's saying he is. We won't hear a bar of it, Fred. Very generous with his time with us. But Ben Sanderson, I was actually talking about. None for 14, 12 overs and 6 maidens so far. Yeah, in that Kent lineup against Saka today. Ben Dawkins at the moment in a partnership. 50-plus partnership with Harry Finch at 1 and 3. Corey Flintoff opened the innings. Unfortunately for him, helped his first ball into the offside for a catch, so he's gone. Sanderson to Compton, just tucks this in the onside. He is running. Twanamiaya has his back turned, and
Deary me.
Maybe I'm overstating that, but Compton had got a good third of the way up the pitch before he realised that Twanamiaya wasn't actually looking. I can sympathise with Tawanda to an extent there. It's gone straight to mid-on, and Compton is pushing for a quick single. Tawanda had already written that one off. There we are. A slight alarm. 178 for 4. I'm probably overstating it from a nervous Kent point of view. Sanderson then to Compton, outside part of the bat, but just squeezes down on it out towards point. James Sales runs in for the point boundary to field on one of the pale straw-coloured wickets to the left on the square as we look at it towards the old Dover Road side. So Akansh Singh is playing today. Ollie Curtis, the all-rounder, is actually captaining the Kent side, a T20 against Saka. Fred Clarkson is playing, just a white ball contract for him, so come the T20 blast, he will be in full effect. Matt Parkinson, Mikey Cohen also in that side. I noticed in the Saka side that Feroz Kushi, former Essex opener, and had a loan spell here, is playing for them at the the
and he looked a decent player.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
saw him get some runs at Northampton, I think in a 50-over game, and he looked quite an exciting player.
Yeah, came to the end of his contract at Essex, and obviously is to reconstruct his first-class career as Sanderson bowls to Andamiye, turned into the onside. And thank you, Lily. We will be doing an update very shortly for BBC Radio Kent.
I've just seen a spot of
commentary.
I've just seen a spot of rain.
Oh, indeed.
There is a little bit of rain
on, but actually overhead.
Yeah, looks brighter,
but is it? But yeah,
just the odd spot.
So there we are. They're about to do the weather forecast on BBC Radio Kent. Very obligingly, as Sanderson bowls to Mieye, pushing forward. There is no run. And actually slightly chillier, that breeze as well, which usually comes with the showers. But I have to say, overhead it is looking as bright as it has done all day. So it may be a fleeting dalliance with precipitation.
Just have caught the sort of the edge of it, but
Yeah.
I think the worst of it's definitely has gone over. I think Margate might be getting a bit of a dousing, maybe even Herne Bay. But
good news for Northamptonshire, just still on the field. Mieye, squeezes forward. This time he's out. He's gone. Mieye had gone to retake his guard, but the umpire, Hassan Adnan at the far end, puts the finger up. And maybe it was more in hope than expectation that from Tawanda Mieye, but he has gone. It's a huge wicket for Northamptonshire. 5 more they need for victory here. 179 for 5.
Yeah, it's a question of... Sorry.
And I'm afraid that Kent have just lost a really important wicket here at Canterbury. Tawanda Mieye, who top scored for them in the first innings, has just gone LBW to the bowling of Ben Sanderson. Kent now 179 for 5. They've also lost night watchman Jazz Singh this morning to the bowling of Harry Conway. 81 for Ben Compton, who's watching wickets fall around him. But Northamptonshire now just need 5 more wickets in the remainder of the day. 90 overs left, and this is looking like a really really tall order now for Kent to save at this game. Need to try and bat out the rest of the contest, but already 2 wickets to fall in the opening session. Northamptonshire scenting a big victory here against Kent. Kent trying to hold out now with captain Daniel Bell-Drummond joining Ben Compton at the crease. Kent then in all sorts of trouble. 179 for 5, a few spots of rain, but we don't think the weather's going to save them at this point. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Apologies. Sorry, I was not hearing cue. So
not at all. There we are. That was because I cut your cue.
Oh, that's.
There we are. I'm trying to protect the innocent.
Oh, but a bit of music there. No,
bit of Al Green. Don't mind that.
Oh, that's all right. Good job. Darren Lehman's not hearing it. He'd be boogieing away out there as he was. He was this morning. Yeah, I think the thing that it probably just depends how far forward Mayeye got there, because my sense was he didn't get very far forward. It hit him, got a little bit of a stride in, but Sanderson bowls pretty straight, as we know. And Hassan Adnan took his time before he sent Mayeye on his way, but as you say, that is a big wicket for Northamptonshire. And here's another potential one, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Yeah. Can they get the Kent captain early and really get themselves rolling towards victory? He pushes down on that, just dropped his hand on it pretty late, but that's a characteristic Daniel Bell-Drummond shot. But what is that orb in the sky that we can briefly see through the clouds, I wonder? That is
it's all
end of the over, by the way. 181 for 5, 2 runs for Daniel Bell-Drummond. I mean, answers KentCricket at bbc.co.uk if you have any idea what we're seeing in the daytime sky here. Sort of white, milky coloured between the clouds. 181 for 5, a mixture of weather here. I think I shall make way now and bring Fred Atkinson in alongside you, Andrew. I think it's right that we have you commentating certainly for the next half hour with perhaps things coming to the boil for Northamptonshire.
Well, who knows? But yes, we have the sun is doing its best.
Oh, the sun.
It's the sun.
It is, yeah.
I think there's a lot of people blowing in Northamptonshire at the moment just to try and get rid of the clouds here in East Kent. And so we see a little bit of sunshine. And Harrison starting a fresh over to the immovable object that is Ben Compton, at least so far in this innings. Turned away into the onside. Still silly mid-off, a slip, forward short leg. 2 saving 1 on the offside, and a ring of 4 saving 1 on the onside as Harrison is in, bowls again. Little bit short, if you're being hypercritical. Turned round the corner to the man on the 45 and there's no run. Morning, Fred. So, Harrison to continue. Floodlights still on, of course. He bowls, and that's a better line from Compton, but he's able to nudge it round the corner, and more work again for the man on the 45 to do. We were saying, Fred, I think from Northamptonshire point of view, Harrison is going to bowl from this end, and they'll just rotate, presumably just rotate the seamers at the other. Seen a bit of Conway and a bit of Sanderson this morning. Here's Harrison in, bowls, flighting that one up, and Compton is forward resolutely, pushes it straight to silly mid-off, and there is no run. Now another close catcher is coming in, because Ricardo Vasconcelos at slip retrieves the helmet from behind keeper Lewis McManus. It's Nathan McSweeney that's putting it on, and he's going in at leg gully. So now 4 close catchers plus the keeper.
Certainly a discussion going on there, isn't
there? There is, yeah. Proctor is coming across to a sort of close mid-on. They've got an arc of 4 men in 1 saving positions on the onside. A couple close in, and Compton plays that hard into the ground in front of forward short leg. And there is no run. But as I think Northamptonshire strategy is fairly clear in terms of how they're going to manipulate the attack. Here's Harrison in again, bowls, and turned around the corner again by Compton. This time it's fielded by Rafi Weatherall just in front of square, and that's another over gone. Harrison now 22 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 52. Compton is 81, Bell-Drummond is 2. Kent are 181 for 5, having lost the wickets this morning of Jazz Singh, the second night watchman, for 2, and Tuanda Mayeye for 4. Overcast. You know the weather in these parts,
Well,
Fred. What do you reckon?
There were a few spots of rain as I was walking round to the pavilion. The forecast is not great if you're a Northants
No, it's not.
supporter. It does look a bit dicey coming around about lunchtime, so you might get a loss of overs, but Kent might not last that long. As Sanderson comes in from the Nackington Road end and Bell Drummond just prods that one forward and doesn't take the run. There are 3 slips in for Bell Drummond, and it's maybe not quite as ultra-attacking as it looked for Compton, where the fielders were really up in his face. I just get the feeling that Compton absolutely relishes this sort of situation where he's got the fielders right in his grill, if you like, because he's not going to be tempted to go for a boundaries, where you just wonder if Bell Drummond might be. Sanderson comes in for the second ball of the over, and again Bell Drummond just plays a very similar sort of prod out onto the offside. It's fielded and there's no run.
Just looking at the LBW again, Tuanda Mayeye. It's pretty straight from Sanderson, as it usually is. I can imagine if Tuanda Mayeye is looking at that in the dressing room, he might think, was it sliding down? But it hit him sort of in.
I think it was the only thing that was going to save
Yeah.
if we'd had Hawkeye in the Championship, which of course we don't, it might have been worth reviewing given the match situation. Sanderson in again, and a Bell Drummond. There's a half shout here, but the umpire immediately shakes his head. It sounded like there might possibly have been 2 noises there.
Yeah, I think so.
So, there was a whiff of controversy yesterday about one of the dismissals. I don't know if you talked about this earlier on. That Matt Mills was the night watch. He on a pair in this game, and he was given out. It wasn't conclusive. He was bowled by Harrison, and there was some suggestion that the ball might not actually have hit the stumps. It was very difficult to see when it was slowed down. We've been looking at it Zapruder style in the press box, trying to work out what happened. As Sanderson comes in again, and Bell Drummond just fends this one down the leg side. He should get some runs for that one. 4 runs to Daniel Bell Drummond, so the Kent captain moves to 6 not out. Just sort of backward square leg boundary. Of course, Northants have got the luxury with still a biblical lead here of 321. That it doesn't really matter if they go for a few boundaries. You know, we say that. I think as a bowler, it always hurts when it goes to the boundary.
Ben Sanderson hates
Yeah.
conceding runs in any situation, but no, it's absolutely the fair point. Keeper's going to stand up there.
I can't think of any bowler that likes
No.
getting hit for a boundary. The exception, I think, was probably Shane Warne, who was quite happy to chuck one up if it meant he'd get a wicket with the next delivery. Here comes Sanderson. 5th ball of the over to Bell Drummond, and Bell Drummond again should get 4 runs for that. There's a bit of a chase on, so that will run down the hill, and it'll trickle over the boundary on a fine leg. And there are 4 more runs to the Kent skippers total. It's Vasconcelos, that's the fielder down there, throwing it back into the wicket-keeper. Kent move on to 189 for 5. And yeah, it's just you wonder if as a bowler, psychologically, you know, we're talking about hating going for boundaries. When you go for successive boundaries, it might just get in your head. Sanderson comes in for the final ball of the over, and Bell Drummond just prods this one out towards point, fielded, and there's no run. So 189 for 5, but the figure, the real figure that we're interested, if you like, is the 87 overs remaining today, which, even with Ben Compton in his most obdurate form, is going to be a huge ask for Kent to survive.
Yes, you think if get anything like the full number of overs in, but the weather, as we were saying, could still have a say in how this one pans out. The other bowler, you quite rightly mention Shane Warne. The one that Northamptonshire supporters of a certain vintage will recall was the late great Bishan Bedi, Indian left arm spinner, who was I think the most aesthetically pleasing bowler I ever saw. And he used to say, you know, if I need batters to be trying to hit me for 4 or 6, because that's how I get them out. And he would often applaud them if they hit him for 6, and then bowl, you know, another slightly different ball next up, and very often get the wicket. Here's Harrison round the wicket, bowling to Compton, turns it just past forward short leg. There are now 4 fielders around the bat. We saw the 4th one go in during the previous over. So a slip, silly mid-off, forward short leg, leg slip, stroke leg gully. Here's Harrison in, flights that one up and worked by Compton out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. This was a fascinating duel last night and continues to be this morning. Harrison round the wicket again to Compton, who's right back on his stumps. Again works it into the onside. Rafi Weatherall, who is the middle of 3 fielders in a line on the leg side. There's a backward square leg and a mid-wicket. Harrison in again, bowls turned round the corner, past forward short leg, goes out to mid-wicket and there's no run. 189 for 5. Kent still 317 behind. And here's Harrison in again, bowls and again turned hard into the ground by Compton. Bounces up for Zabe at forward short leg to field. Harrison tossing the ball from hand to hand. In again to complete the over. Bowls, and a big appeal for LBW as Compton comes forward, but he played a shot, and my thought there is that he probably just got himself outside the line, in which case he is safe.
He seemed fairly well forward, and the umpire was unmoved. I mean, the other factor we've got to take into account, we're talking about 87 overs left. The speed that Harrison is rattling through his overs in particular, that might change. And Andrew will know from the previous Northants victory here, which was 23, was it?
It was 23, yes.
That basically came down to the final hour, and with spinners on at both ends. Northants actually bowled more than the 16 overs minimum, and it was in that extra period of play that they forced the victory. Sanderson...
22, actually.
Was it 22? Yeah. Sanderson comes in to Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond basically on a correct defensive shot, prods that one forward, no run.
Yes, it was Rob Keogh and Simon Kerrigan, wasn't it, on that last afternoon that bowled Northamptonshire to victory. James Sales then on as sub, taking the winning catch. Sam Billings played in that game.
Yeah, Sam Billings was still playing red ball cricket at the time, and he got quite a lot of assistance from Matt Quinn, who was very dogged, and really, at one point it looked like they might see it out. As Sanderson comes in again, Bell Drummond, not the best of shots from him, perhaps, but he manages to get a single for it and gets off the strike, out towards cover area. It's not entirely where I think he was intending to play it. So Compton will face the final 4 balls of this over. The field will shift around for the left-hander.
At Old Trafford, Lancashire have been bowled out for 160 by Derbyshire. Derbyshire require 138 to win. They're just starting their innings.
I know, somebody said in the press box that they lost 2 wickets and it was only 11:02. So they've had some excitement there. Sanderson's in, and Compton treats that one with a certain amount of disdain, short pitched, and he just hooks it round the corner for a single. So Bell Drummond is back on the strike.
Yeah, some great stories about people being out before 11 o'clock, aren't there? For before the clock has ticked around.
Well, yes, we said, somebody said 2 wickets have gone already, and I looked at the clock. I thought, well, they must have started pretty punctually to even have got 2 deliveries in. Here's Sanderson for the fourth ball of the over, and that one is wide. Bell Drummond's off stump, and he just lets that one go through.
I think it was Peter Mills who played a bit for Northamptonshire in the early 80s, captain Cambridge, and he was saying that he was opening the batting for Cambridge against Essex in a very early season game at Fenners, and missed a John Lever full toss, first ball of the season, out LBW, and was walking off as the clock was striking, the clock on the church next to Fenners was striking 11. First ball of the season.
As Sanderson comes in to Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond again, just watchful, dot ball there. Plays that one out towards cover, and there's no run taken. John Lever, still busy on the podcast circuit, I think.
Yeah, president of Essex, I think, isn't he, in their 150th
He might well be
anniversary? Yeah. I believe so. He was ringing the bell, I think, at Chelmsford the other day. Won't have been pleased, of course, to see Essex lose to Somerset by 10 wickets yesterday.
Sanderson in for the final ball of the over, and Bell Drummond again. This time goes on the leg side. That one is fielded, and there's no run. So 2 from that over. Kent move on to 191 for 5. They are 315 behind, and a minimum of 85 overs remaining if the weather holds.
Certainly a bit brighter at the moment. The sun that I was pointing in the sky to Matt Cole a few moments ago is still visible. It's not exactly cracking the flags, but it's
a glare now.
I know
it?
it's
We're getting a bit of press box glare,
I think after the revelation that Northamptonshire's flag caused a hold up yesterday by distracting Keith Dudgeon when he was batting towards the end of the Kent first innings, which is a new one to me.
I did wonder, because we're right in line with that, aren't we? And it's normally somebody in the pavilion or in the Woolly that.
Apparently, it was the Northamptonshire flag, which is big. I was saying earlier, it's known as the bedspread because it's a big flag. But apparently, it was distracting Keith Dudgeon, and it had to be sort of, I think, pulled down a little bit. Here's Harrison starting a fresh over, flighting that one up to Compton. This great battle of wits between the leg spinner bowling round the wicket to the left-hander and the adhesive Ben Compton.
I wonder if that's a bit of mind games from Dudgeon.
Well, maybe. Here's Harrison. Flights that one up. Appeal for LBW as Compton comes forward, but again he's got right forward, and the umpire's going to be guessing. And of course, you've got to think about the angle as well, because he is bowling round the wicket. And if Compton gets himself outside the line and is playing a shot, then obviously he should be safe. In comes Harrison again, and Compton turns it out into the leg side. Northamptonshire, from their point of view, I think will feel they've got the batters at the right ends. They want Harrison to be bowling to Compton, because he did cause a few issues last night. Here's Harrison in again, bowling to Compton, who in the end just hangs back and pushes it out into the offside. Conway bareheaded, an extra cover, fields, and there's no run. Harrison trots in again, flights that one up, and played nicely by Compton through point. They come through for a single. Vasconcelos has set off in pursuit, and he hasn't reached the ball yet.
Yeah, that's an interesting bit of cricket, that.
Well, it was, because they were obviously quite keen, I think, probably for Compton to take 2. But he wasn't about to take 2. But Vasconcelos almost sort of ambled after it from slip, and was almost as they were saying, "Oh, come on, have another one." But not to be. So Bell Drummond will face the last ball of the over. He still has plenty of company as well, predictably, of course. Still a forward short leg slip, silly mid-off, but the leg slip has gone out to extra cover, and Harrison bowls, and Bell Drummond blocks it down, opens the face a little bit, runs it down to backward point. That's the end of the over. 192 for 5. Bell Drummond is 11. Compton is 83. If you're just joining us, Kent having lost the wickets this morning of Jazz Singh, caught by Lewis McManus, gloved a brute of a bouncer from Harry Conway to the keeper, who's out for 2. That was 173 for 4, and then to under me a LBW to Ben Sanderson for 4. That was 179 for 5.
Yeah, mention of the Keith Dudgeon flag incident in the previous over reminds me of a game in the 2021 season when Northants were here. It was the season when we were emerging from lockdown, and Northants visiting side, all visiting sides at the time were given the Ames Pavilion to change in as part of the protocols, and they hung a huge Northamptonshire flag off the banner, which at the time I thought was quite an alpha gesture. There's a bit of a declaration of intent there.
Yes, I remember it. I remember that game. I think Emilio Gay got 100.
I think he might well have done, yeah. He does do well against Kent,
Yes.
Emilio Gay. Just got 100 again for Durham in the opening game of the season, and he scored a ton for Durham Beckenham last year as well. So Sanderson comes in, and Compton not messing about with that one, just sort of prods it forward. No run is taken, and again Vasconcelos. Is it Vasconcelos out there?
Is it slip?
Well, it's whoever the fielder is.
That's Proctor.
Out there, Proctor on the leg slide. Just no urgency at all. You know, in a different match situation, of course, they'd be tempted to take a single.
Yeah, well, Emilio Gay's first 2 championship centuries were both against Canterbury.
So Sanderson comes in, and Compton swats that one towards the leg side boundary and just get a single for it, so he's happy to let Bell Drummond take the strike. Yeah, I was talking to Emilio Gay after he made that century for Durham last year, and unsurprisingly he was saying how much he liked batting in this part of the world. As he'd made a century at Canterbury, he'd made a ton at Beckenham as well. Beckenham is famous on the circuit for being batter's paradise, and he certainly enjoyed it. Whether he's in contention for England selection, his name is certainly being mentioned. Sanderson comes in again to Bell Drummond, and Bell Drummond will just prod that one on the leg side. They're going to get 1, certainly they might get 2. Wonder if they're thinking about a 3rd here, but Compton immediately says no, given the match situation. I think that's sensible.
Yes, I remember him taking a certain amount of ribbing, because it seemed as though the only ground he could get a century on for a couple of years was here. In his early days in the Northamptonshire first team. No, I think he's going to be in contention, isn't he? Obviously the Lions have had a look at him, and he made the move with the intention of getting some international recognition.
Sanderson in again this time. Bell Drummond just prods that one forward, and of course it's a hot topic at the moment. Sadly, from a Kent point of view, it doesn't give me any pleasure to say it, but Zach Crawley's form is not optimal. He's averaging just 15 this season across 4 innings. There was a rumour that Rob Key was here yesterday. Whether it was true or not, I don't know. If he was going to be anywhere, he was going to be watching in the chairman's suite at the top of the offices. Sanderson will come in again to Daniel Bell Drummond, and Bell Drummond watchfully plays this one out on the offside, and there's no run.
You feel for, I think, on whatever your views about who should be picked from a human level, you just have to feel for Zach Crawley, isn't it? It's a rough situation to find yourself in, with this huge scrutiny, and every time so there are clearly, I think, some people that want him to fail. I think you probably have to say that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Sanderson is in. Bell Drummond pushes that one forward for no run. And that'll be the end of the over. Kent 195 for 5. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. There's definitely an element of that. I think from his point of view, he's probably lucky there wasn't a vast crowd in yesterday. I think the figure was 351. So at least there wasn't much of a crowd in, because people do. There's a certain level of grief tourism in cricket, if you like, where people are expecting people to fail. And this is not the most forgiving of places. Certainly I can remember Graham Hick getting dropped from the England side, coming here for a one-day game with Worcestershire, and wag, I think is the term. There was a wag in the old Dover road seats who was asking him what he was doing on Sunday. That would be around about the mid-90s.
Oh, lovely.
You've just got to take it, haven't you?
Of course
if
you
you're
have,
in
yeah,
that
it's
situation.
part and parcel. Compton then is on strike as Harrison starts another over, and Compton stretching right forward to kill what spin there is. Drops it down into the ground almost at his feet. And for Compton, we're back to 4 close catches. Silly mid-off, slip, leg slip, and forward short leg. And here's Harrison round the wicket again, bowls to Compton. Big appeal for LBW this time. He hasn't gone anywhere. Wonder if there was a little inside edge on it, possibly.
Well, possibly, because he didn't go forward.
He didn't do it. No, he didn't.
That's probably the most bothered I've seen Ben Compton all morning.
Agree. Yeah, absolutely. You feel it might only have been a little inside edge that could have saved him. He was right back on his stumps, and it didn't bounce a great deal. Here's Harrison in again, and that's worked nicely by Compton out to mid-wicket, but fielded there by Luke Proctor, captain, who's in there tight in at mid-wicket. Almost, he is really in a catching position. Here's Harrison again. That's short, and it's pulled away by Compton. That's going to be 4. Bad ball, and Compton put it away. He goes to 88, and Kent to 199 for 5. Second team games we were talking about earlier, both Kent and Northamptonshire seconds in action today. Northamptonshire seconds starting a 4-day game against Warwickshire at the Edgbaston Community Sports Ground, the ground next to the main stadium at Edgbaston. Northamptonshire 64 for 1, with Gus Miller the man out. Rob Keogh's captaining the side. He's 29 not out. Justin Broad, playing as a batter, I would think, is on 12. Turned around the corner by Compton, not too far away from Nathan McSweeney at leg slip stroke leg gully. In fact, if he'd been more of an orthodox leg slip, he might have been in business there, because it went to his left hand and it's run down to the boundary for a couple of runs. It brings up the 200 for Kent. Kent 201 for 5, and it takes Ben Compton into the 90s. Harrison in and bowls to Compton, turned past the right hander forward short leg out to square leg, fielded by Weatherall, and that's the end of the over. 201 for 5, 90 to Compton, 13 to Daniel Bell Drummond, and I shall make way for Matt Cole in a moment. It's musical chairs time, ladies and gentlemen, so Matt will come in alongside me, and I will get out of the way. And let Fred come in and speak words of wisdom.
When the music stops.
Unto you all.
Thank you, Rothesay. So there we go, 201 for 5. Going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly with the latest situation here. 90 for Ben Compton, 13 for Daniel Bell Drummond. Still trying to make his way into this game. And Northamptonshire hoping he'll be back in the pavilion very shortly. So first hour, Kent have lost 2 wickets. Northamptonshire have gained 2 wickets. Jazz Singh going caught McManus bowled Conway, gloving a short ball down the leg side for 2. McManus still had something to do, had a stretch to get it as well. And to Wanda May was LBW to Ben Sanderson for 4. So that's the latest situation here. Floodlights are on, but actually it's as bright as it's been. Even sore for an Atkins, having to shield his eyes from the sunlight, so no worries about the conditions at the moment. Kent may have worries about James Sales as he comes into bowl though, and that's clipped into the onside by Daniel Bell Drummond. Morning, Fred.
Morning, Matt.
Yeah, I know you've talked about the possible controversy about dismissals. I'm more interested in Flaggate, obviously. I think, as you say, alpha behaviour by some teams. Northampton's flag appears to be at least 7 times bigger than it was last season, and I think an investigation ought to be launched.
Well, it was interesting, wasn't it? There was another incident as well with Keith Dudgeon Fairly early in his innings, he took a pretty vicious blow about the elbow area. There was a very loud appeal, and Dudgeon made a point of rubbing his elbow almost immediately.
As round the wicket comes James Sales to Ben Compton, who just flicks that one down to fine leg. There is a fielder who has fielded it. I think that's Rafi Weatherall, is indeed just jogging round. So single taken, 203 for 5.
Yeah.
Have you seen the bruise?
I haven't seen the bruise. No, he didn't do the interviews last night, but he did wonder if that was just a little bit of Dudgeon letting know the umps where the ball had hit him.
Yeah. Sales bowls to Bell Drummond. High front elbow as he plays it off the back foot up to mid-off. It's no run. Keeping an eye on the men's second 11 games today. Kent playing a T20 friendly against the South Asian Cricket Academy, and 50 for Ben Dawkins already. Harry Finch left out. Maybe controversially. It's certainly a big selection decision. The Kent wicketkeeper has got himself 80 already in that match. As Sales bowls to Daniel Bell Drummond, that is crashed away, cut away with force by Daniel Bell Drummond, again captain, going on to 18, 207 for 5.
Yeah, another factor with shots like that, you do have to keep looking for boundaries in this situation sometimes. Just talking about time being a factor, weren't we? And that could come into it at the end of the day. As long as the fielders are chasing the ball around the boundary, it is just eating up a bit of clock.
Yeah, absolutely right. Update then coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. Well, the good news, Lucy, is from a Kent point of view, they've lost no more wickets since you last joined us here at Canterbury. The weather's got better, which may not be good for Kent because they'd like to be off the field at the moment, but 207 for 5 they are, trying to bat out the rest of the day, the rest of the final day of the contest for a draw. Northamptonshire have taken 2 wickets in the first session. Jazz Singh, the night watchman, going caught behind for 2, and then Tawanda Mayeye, who top scored in the first innings for Kent, gone for 4. Really big scout for Northamptonshire, and palpable excitement out there for them as they close in on a likely victory. Kent have somehow, with Ben Compton out there on 91, obdurate, limpet-like, whichever you like to call him, certainly batting to try and see them through the day, and joined by captain Daniel Bell Drummond on 18. So that's the latest situation. Still Northamptonshire heavy favourites to win this game. Can Kent pull out an unlikely draw in the remaining time available in this match? Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app with regular radio reports. And end of the over, 207 for 5 then, the end of the Sales over. He has 1 for 25 from his 8, and Kevin Harrison continuing, and Ben Compton will be seeing him in his dreams, if not his nightmares.
Yeah, Harrison into bowl to Compton. 4 fielders close around the bat, and Compton just plays that one straight back to Harrison. We're talking about the time factor here.
Yeah.
When Harrison bowls and Compton's just prodding it forward, it's probably only about 15 seconds or so between deliveries, and again Compton this time will just flick that one towards square leg where it's fielded, and there's no run. Just looking at Andrew's laptop here, rain radar. It's promising for Kent. Harrison comes in, Compton prods that one forward. It looks like we're getting rain approaching the city from the southwest at the moment. Whether that'll materialise or not, we don't know. Harrison back to his mark, comes into bowl, and that one sort of loops a bit higher than the previous shot, and Compton swats that one away. Looks like it might go to the boundary, and it is going to be 4 runs for Ben Compton there. Just a hit through cover. Not the best ball that Harrison has bowled so far this morning, and fairly easy for Compton, who moves on to 95. Now there's one Kent batter who's not going to be, what do we call it, it's a nervous 90s, isn't it? He's not going to be fazed by this situation. It is Ben Compton. You're not going to see him hit one over the top here. Harrison slightly more down the leg side, and that one is just played towards backwards square leg for a dot ball.
I was toying with what they might do with the new ball, and I if I were Captain Luke Proctor, and this is probably the wrong decision because will be rubbish at it, but I might use Harrison with a new ball, certainly against Compton, just to get a bit more bounce maybe, and if it comes to that, but doing a good job at the moment.
Yeah, in for the final ball of the over. There's a big step forward there. It's a loud appeal from Harrison, and he was so far forward that that's pushing optimism a bit too far. I think none of his fielders went up with him. They just let him dangle, which is it's always a sign when you're a bowler and absolutely nobody goes up with you.
It's almost like going for a handshake, isn't it? And
well, that's a loaded question in cricket these days, isn't it? The handshake issue. Not quite sure we want to import that kind of behaviour with into domestic cricket. It's almost a sort of geopolitical argument now, isn't it?
I'm really sorry I brought it up. And yeah.
I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem between Kent and Northamptonshire. But you never know, do you? It's the Watling Street derby.
Well, yeah, it's fiercely contested, and all but one session's dominated by Northampton just so far, as James Sales takes over again at the Nackington Road. And I see what you mean about the rain radar. At the moment,
nothing at all.
You would not believe that there are showers on the way, and certainly the wind isn't blowing tremendously hard. So at the moment we're holding this weather in Northamptonshire, sticking to their task, trying to take these Kent wickets. Compton will face again, this time the right arm seamer, and that was just gently pulled away to backward square by Compton for a single. He moves on to 96 from 226 balls. So Kent 170 for 3 off 18 overs against the Saka, the South Asian Cricket Academy. Second 11 this is. And Northamptonshire playing Warwickshire men, a 78 for 1. That's a 4-day game, so don't worry about the fact they got through 17 overs already. 31 for Keogh, 24 for Broad. They're not out batters at the moment. That's a looping short ball from James Sales. Danny Bell-Drummond just looked almost askance at it, I think, as it went past. He's definitely not going to have to play that one outside the off stump.
Talk of the South Asian Cricket Academy. I wonder if there are any Kent players past or present in that side. Because
Feroz Kushi is in that side,
yes.
Yeah, who was briefly on loan here, but I couldn't see any others, but I'll recheck.
I know that in the past we've got Arafat Bhuyan from the academy.
Indeed so. Danny Bell-Drummond backward, a back foot drive back to James Sales, and there's no run.
And I believe Hamid Kadri played for them last season after he was released by Kent. A few people were quite surprised he'd been let go, but he was released at the end of the 2024 season and played a few games for them.
I think I'm right in saying Feroz Kushi would be the most notable name, certainly from ex-county players. Bell-Drummond defends up to mid-off.
Interesting season, didn't he? Was he suspended for having a wide bat last year, Kushi? I think his bat was considered to be a couple of millimetres too wide or something, and I believe he ended up getting suspended. And he had a loan spell here. He's one of a few lone cricketers who sort of came and went.
Danny Bell-Drummond has to jab the bat down quickly on that one. Takes the bottom hand off as Sales has tested him with a slightly quicker delivery.
Did Alfie Ogborn actually play for Kent when he was on loan from Somerset last year? I think we had a player in who didn't actually play a game, if I'm right. There were a couple of loan signings in the middle of the season when the injury crisis was starting to bite.
Yeah, I'm just looking down my notes from last year, my score sheet. I can't see Alfie Ogborn's name on it, but as again effort ball from Sales. Danny Bell-Drummond attempting a low pull away through mid-wicket, ends up with a fielder at mid-on. End of the over, 2:13 for 5 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Northampton, via the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Cricket page, and also, of course, with the pictures from Kent County Cricket Club as well. Welcome wherever you're listening. I'd be delighted if you got in touch. KentCricket@bbc.co.uk. It's not just for Kent supporters. Tell us your your hopes, your dreams, your optimism, your pessimism, or just general thoughts about your day. It would be lovely to hear from you. kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me. Fred Atkins will be joined once again in a quarter of an hour or so by Andrew Radd from BBC Northampton.
Yeah. Harrison into bowl to Compton, 4 away from his 100. Harrison bowls and Compton just watches that one. It's well outside, off stump, just blocks it, possibly not entirely in control of it, but it's a dot ball. Talking of optimism, the ice cream van is back again today. Harrison is into bowl, and Compton again, it's fairly wide of off stump, just prods that one towards the leg side, doesn't take the run. He's not going to be thinking about the landmark. I'm sure if the bad ball comes, he will try and hit it to the boundary, but match situation is in Compton's head here. Harrison into bowl, and this one is just sort of driven back towards Harrison, who has a tumbling stop just in front of the stumps, and there's no run. This is going to be a pretty rapid over at this rate. 3 dot balls in it so far for Harrison. Comes in again for the 4th ball of the over, and Compton gets a long way forward. It's fielded close in and no run. Yeah, ice cream sales not brisk at the moment.
No, the weather certainly is.
Warmer than it was yesterday,
Yeah,
but
that's
not
true.
by much. As Harrison comes in again, that one's sort of drifting a little bit. Thought that was going to go down leg, and Compton again just prods it away for the 5th dot ball of the over.
I think I'm right in saying that there is an obligation when you have a pitch, for an ice cream pitch, to turn up.
I'm not sure, as Harrison's in. Ooh, there's a bit of a shout there.
It's just extraordinary optimism. Sorry.
Again, a long way forward, wasn't he, Compton? And the umpire not interested. Fielders did at least go up with Harrison this time and not leave him dangling in the way that they did for his previous appeal. But yes, I've got to say, I'm not actually familiar with ice cream law. What the...
Well, you've
what the
wandered into my area of
stipulations are.
expertise there, Fred, and yeah, let me tell you. I think I'm right in saying, it's certainly some concession stands at events like this is that if you take over, as it were, a sort of franchise or a pitch, is that then the parties involved expect you to be there when the events are on. Does that make sense?
Well,
So,
it makes a certain amount of sense.
to provide that service, and ice creams are available all the way through the summer. Ooh, was that bat and pad?
Oh,
It's gone straight through first slip.
and we're going to find
It's
out.
bat.
Yeah.
And that's why it's not LBW, and that has squirted through between wicket-keeper and slip, and that has done Daniel Bell-Drummond. It is not out. The Northants wicket-keeper and slips looking askance at the umpire, but obviously if Daniel Bell-Drummond's hit it, they then need to catch it, and it's gone too low for that. Absolutely shot through, but that very close to the 6th wicket down. And I'm just going to see the replay now of that. And yeah, it's an edge. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, it's Ricardo Vasconcelos has tumbled to his left, but can't get hands to it. It's too low anyway, and has shot through. And yeah, that's an edge.
You could just see from the body language, couldn't you? Sales had one hand on his face. Vasconcelos was looking just a bit askance.
I cannot quite believe they haven't cleaned him up there. Drive or a jab by Daniel Bell-Drummond may well go for 4 through the offside. And that is indeed a boundary, a second boundary for Daniel Bell-Drummond indeed. This one much more with the intent of the batter. How many times has that happened that batters are close to getting out, a dropped catch, something like that, and then the next ball goes for a boundary?
There's probably an analyst somewhere that could tell you exactly that. I'm afraid I don't know, but it certainly seems
Feels
like
like a
it
lot, doesn't
happens a lot. And he was obviously far more in control of that shot.
Yeah, 2-2-1 for 5 was very nearly 6 this over. Daniel Bell-Drummond driving at Sales up to mid-off. Does James Sales risk a little bit of a stare on Daniel Bell-Drummond on his follow-through? He won't get much change from what we know out of Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's not a reactive kind of character, is he?
He must be the least flappable Kent batter.
Yeah.
And there are a fair few candidates for that award as well. I don't think you get much change out of Ben Compton if you tried to stare him down.
doesn't work in that respect, but Sales close to cleaning him up. This one's short from Sales, and it's perfectly placed by Daniel Bell-Drummond. I was going to say it's another one of those gentle hook shots, really, or pulls off the chest. He's kept it down, but also he's split the field on the onside. And so it's 12 off the over. By no means tells the story. Could easily have had a wicket first ball there and brought batter number 8 in for Kent in this innings. 220 for 5. Just a hint of cloud coming over now.
I'm just trying to work out which Kent player would give you the most chirp. I think Matt Parkinson would probably be
I think you're probably
nomination.
right. That's Sales bowls again. It's clipped into the onside by Daniel Bell-Drummond to the square leg boundary. Harry Conway fields. The new ball is available now in well, it'll be 5 overs at the end of this over. 226 for 5. Yeah, that's a good question. Previously this parish, I think Jordan Cox probably would have
very much so.
Be happy for a healthy conversation, or even an unhealthy one with the bowlers. We've seen that before.
Jack Leaning just gone to Sussex.
Yes, indeed.
Probably have exchanged views.
Sam Billings obviously doesn't play red ball cricket for Kent anymore, but is not afraid of holding his own in terms of conversation in the centre. I think it's fair to say. Sales to Compton. He has nurdled at that. If you want to be completely fair, give it complete benefit of the doubt, maybe he's just held his bat. I think you're looking at me. You're looking at me like I'm mad. I think that would be very generous. Yeah, very close to getting the edge there. Great delivery from Sales across the left-hander through to the wicketkeeper.
Yep.
I think I'm being far too generous.
It was a really good delivery from Sales, and Compton, I think, knows he's probably had a bit of a life there. It come very, very close.
For all the pressure he's been under, appeal after appeal from batting against Calvin Harrison, Ben Compton almost cleaned up by James Sales, and as I said, that over went for 14, did it, or 13? And
well, the deficit is down to a manageable 280 now.
My point being more 13 off the over, but Sales could easily have taken 2 wickets in that one.
He could have done, yeah. The term moral victory, I know it's evolved a bit over the years, certainly since the last Ashes series in England. But that was definitely a moral victory to the bowler. As Harrison comes into Bell-Drummond, and Bell-Drummond just prods that one forward. There's no run fielded. Silly point.
Feels like a title for a dissertation.
Moral victories,
in cricket, and
the
Ashes. Yeah, that would be a...
As once again Harrison comes in, and that one is sort of cut away by Bell-Drummond towards backward point fielded, and they decide that a single there would be suicide, as the ball was back in the wicket-keeper's gloves within seconds of it being fielded. Harrison again into bowl, rattling through the overs here to Bell-Drummond, and Bell-Drummond again has a prod at that one. That will get him a single, I think. In fact, they're going to come back for 2 here, and it looked from here as though that might be taking a chance, but I think they were obviously a lot more comfortable with it than we were, and in the end it was actually fairly comfortable for Bell-Drummond to make his ground. So he moves on to 33 from 35 so far, as Harrison into bowl the 4th ball of the over, and Bell-Drummond just prods that one back, and there's no run taken. What are you saying about Sam Billings having a bit of a chat out in the middle? He's not afraid of a bit of chat on social media either. He likes to get involved. Let people know he's there. Harrison comes in, bowls. That one is fended off by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Highlight of the off-season, what you're talking about, is the incident where his car was stolen, wasn't it? And he trekked around North London to find it. Harrison comes in. Bell-Drummond watches that one. So I think he did sort of say maybe it wasn't quite such a great idea that he went sort of semi-vigilante around North London at 2 o'clock in the morning.
You think?
He might well be listening.
Mind you, I wouldn't want to face an angry Sam Billings either. So
no, I wouldn't.
Maybe underestimate his powers of persuasion and getting his car back.
So 228 for 5 at the end of the over.
Well, I was going to say something complimentary about Sam, so if he is listening, it'll be fine. But social media is a free-for-all. But
It is,
what I
but-
would say for Sam Billings is he will take on people who,
Well, exactly.
dare I say, troll him. He
If
will.
you have a go, you've got absolutely every right
Yeah.
to give it back. I'd say that.
He will ask for reasoning behind people's comments, put them right on certain factual, and fair play to him. If you're going to be on social media, not afraid to bite back. And as Compton faces Sales, just defends that back up towards the bowler. A little bit of
Is it me?
spots of rain.
Yes, I was just about to mention that. I'll say, is it me or is the other windows in our box just getting slightly more speckled with rain? It certainly seems to be a bit darker.
On the forecast, it would behoove Northamptonshire to have this game done before certainly 4:30, 5 o'clock, it suggests. As it's one short balls left by Compton down the leg side, and there's no run.
And in other circumstances, you wonder if Compton might have fancied that. On
Yeah.
96, the umpires are
Yeah,
having a
it's
chat.
raining. It's raining out there at the moment. What do they say?
Oh, they're not saying it. I think we might be
Yeah, I
going off
think
here.
it feels it's actually heavier out in the middle perhaps than it feels here. Oh, they're taking a light reading.
You never second guess these umpires, can you?
No. I mean,
but-
it's starting to rain a bit more heavily now. Are they going to play on?
They've taken the light reading, and it looks like we're going to play on for now.
Uh,
The rain, if anything, is getting heavier, certainly
it-
on the windows of our
it
commentary
is
box.
definitely raining, that's for sure. We'll peer through the smears. Is Sales bouncer to Ben Compton. And I have to say, with the rain we've got, I wouldn't be at all surprised they come off shortly. I'm trying not to be too one-eyed about this. It definitely is raining. But the umpires say conditions are fine in that respect. The light's fine.
Just if you're thinking of
Giving
you
it
know,
every chance.
it might be distracting us, but it isn't distracting Compton the way he dealt with that bounce.
No, that's true. Looked like he was seeing it big and has deflected that away behind square as well. And that'll be a hard run too. Harry Conway, I'm not being critical, maybe a little bit slow to get round to it. There's no enormous rush for them. 50 partnership between Ben Compton and Daniel Bell-Drummond. They came together at 179 for 5. 230 for 5 it is now. Jazz Singh went for 2 this morning. To Andami a bigger scalp, you might argue, for Northamptonshire. For 4 to Messrs Conway and Sanderson respectively. Here's Sales bowling to Compton. Once again, just moves the head away from the bouncer.
Again, how much nerve do you need when a cricket ball is 2 inches away from your skull to be as still as Ben Compton was there? And he moved
enough.
very slightly, but he really didn't move by very much, did he? Almost
No.
like a boxer, just very, very... Well, boxer's the wrong analogy. Boxer would have ducked away a bit quicker. He just moved his head a couple of inches, didn't he?
James Sales actually running back to his mark there, or jogging back, keen to get on with it. Compton pushes forward into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. I'm a little bit surprised that we're still playing at this point.
Yeah, the umbrellas are going up in the
And the
Nackington
players will
Road
be
end.
coming off, yeah.
So Ben Compton on 99 as we go off for
That's
rain here.
that's a very good point.
In fact, well, I say we're going off.
Oh, well,
Ben-
the fielding side obviously are reluctant to come off the field,
Yeah.
but the umpires are now taking the stumps out, ready for the covers to come on. The ground staff are poised, are bringing the covers on. So we'll have at least a short break here for rain. And putting it past every association, I think fair play to the umpires. They gave every chance to keep the game going there, but the rain just getting a little bit too heavy. Though the Northamptonshire fielders are
reluctant to
reluctant,
leave.
and of course they are. They're loitering, saying, "Umps, any chance we could get back on in a couple of seconds?" Not at this point. It is raining, but as you say, they are reluctant to come off the field. A tractor has come on, so the play is not imminent. It has to be said.
They look like drinkers at a pub pleading for a lock-in with the landlord.
Yeah. I should just say, James, thank you very much for your email on kentcricket at bbc.co.uk, talking about atmospheric and pitch conditions. He says, could be a nail biter this one. More important, could one of your team have a word with those ground staff? Yesterday, when eventually Northampton declared after their run fest, the pitch seemed slow with very little movement. 10 minutes later, after their work, when Kent started batting, all of a sudden it's a different pitch. Bowler's getting bounced movement, and it's turned from a batter's paradise to a bowler's paradise. You need to ask them if they can do that the other way round, so the opposition can get the bad pitch and we get the good one. James will ask them if they can dial up the pitches individually. Time may come when that is the case. Right now,
you can ask them, Matt. I think I might duck out of that one.
We'll give them your address, James, perhaps they can go around and talk to you about it. How about that? That sounded a bit threatening as we end the broadcast, but thank you for your email, James. So yeah, a break in play here. Rain has stopped play at Canterbury. Kent 231 for 5, 2 wickets for Northamptonshire this morning. You'll hear my voice updating BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly, but we will be taking a short break from the commentary and back with you as soon as the players retake the field. So, early lunch taken here at Canterbury. If you're still with us on the online stream on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Northampton, the BBC Sport website. So, lunch being taken now, 12:30. Still showers in the air, with the intention of getting back on the field at 1:10 We'll keep you up to date, of course, at BBC Kent Sport. The X address for us. Regular updates from the weather. Hopefully talking about the cricket this afternoon as well. So for the moment, we'll be taking a break. Andrew Radd, myself, Matt Cole, and Fred Atkins. I'm back with you as soon as there is action on this. An update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners in just a few moments. Well, as your forecast will tell you, Lucy, there is rain around the county today, and it's hit Canterbury right now. So the players are off the field with Kent 2-3-1 for 5. I'll make no bones about it. This is good news for Kent to be off the field, because they need to bat out the rest of this opening day. The final day, to save a draw here. Northamptonshire looking for 5 wickets to win it. They've been favourites all the way through it and have bossed this one, the visitors, and have taken 2 wickets in the morning session. So Jazz Singh going for 2, a bouncer, a glove to the wicketkeeper Lewis McManus, and then to Wanda Mayeye, one of Kent's frontline batters and top scored in the first innings, gone for just 4. The batter's not out at the moment. Ben Compton on 99, tantalising for him, but his job is just to stay at the crease whatever he scores, and captain Daniel Bell-Drummond on 33. So 2-3-1 for 5. Kent won't reach Northamptonshire's total, so looking, as I said, to save their wickets, keep them intact. Off the field at the moment, early lunch being taken, so they'll be back on at 1:10, and commentary will resume as soon as the players get back on the field via the BBC Sport website and app. We'll be off air at 1 o'clock because the players will be off the field. So we'll keep you informed if there's a 1:30. If that's absolutely. No, I appreciate it. Thanks very much, Lily. Well, you happen to be on the BBC live stream at the moment. Nothing going on out here at Canterbury. All the covers are on across the outfield and the square at the moment, and it's still raining. Brighter skies, but forecast not looking tremendously positive for Northamptonshire, particularly to get back on the field here with a score at 231 for 5 at Kent. Northamptonshire needing 5 more wickets for victory here in a game they have dominated for almost every session, bar perhaps one last night when Compton and North East were batting well for Kent. We'll bring you action as soon as we can, and you can keep up to date with weather prospects on X at BBC Kent Sport. I'll be updating any news that we have, but still raining here at the St Lawrence ground at the moment. You'll hear an update coming for BBC listeners around the southeast very shortly to sum up the day for Kent, Sussex and indeed Surrey. And we're off the field here, have been for some time, in fact, since around about 12:30 and before the shower set in here at Canterbury, which is ironically good news for Kent. 2-3-1 for 5 in their second innings. They were trying to bat out the whole of the final day to save a draw against Northamptonshire, who have dominated this match so far. We're looking for just 5 second innings Kent wickets to wrap up a big victory. The umpires are out there at the moment with no official inspection being done, with more rain in the forecast here as well. Kent will be very happy, the players, to stay off the field if they can, with the rain saving them a draw perhaps here as well. Frustration for the visitors at Canterbury. Elsewhere for our sides, neither of them are playing for a different reason. Sussex, because they've beaten Warwickshire already in Division 1 of the County Championship. A great 5-wicket win there, coming back from a first innings deficit. 3-2-8 for 5 they finished. That was the target to chase down against Warwickshire. Former Kent batter Jack Leaning with an unbeaten century there. And they're off for rain at the Oval in the game between Surrey and Leicestershire as well. Pretty much a dead game on the final day anyway. Surrey 119 for 2 in their second innings, still 52 behind their opponents, but looking very much like that will be a draw. So no one on the field currently, but that's the state of play for our 3 teams this afternoon in Cricket's County Championship. Well, welcome back. They said it wasn't possible, but we are back on the field here for the final, 15 overs possible of this match here at Canterbury. Kent against Northamptonshire. 2-3-1 for 5. Kent resume for what could be a very nervous. Well, we're just inside the last hour because 16 overs available, so there'll be a stopwatch on it from the or a watch on it from the umpires as well. But 15 overs minimum remaining possible. There is weather to our right. I'd have to say everything is building up to be quite exciting. We hope it isn't a damp squib, and I say that probably half as a pun. But Northamptonshire need just 5 more wickets in that time, in those 15 overs. How much pressure can they put on Ben Compton on 99 and Daniel Bell-Drummond on 33 to take the 5 wickets they need to win, or can Kent see it out with a little bit of help from the weather, I say advisedly, to save the match? 2 hours ago, I would have given you very, very long odds around us on
absolutely.
back on the field.
And absolutely full credit to the Kent ground staff for the amount of time and effort they've put in to get this playable.
So Calvin Harrison will come round the wicket to Ben Compton, who's on 99. Bit of bat and pad outside the off stump. Again, going back to when we did actually play earlier today, felt quite an optimistic shout, but they're obviously very enthusiastic, Northamptonshire. They need these 5 wickets. The first of those overs, minimum overs, first ball of those minimum overs remaining has been bowled. Matt Carl and Andrew Rad watching the culmination of these 4 days, and bat and pad again. I think that was quite more bat actually, but it was a shout from Calvin Harrison anyway. Umpire Harris says, I don't think so.
Well, Northamptonshire's players and the support staff have been waiting on the boundary's edge for about the last half an hour.
Some coiled springs.
They have, yeah. They've been sort of putting a little bit of maybe pressure on.
And you can understand why. As the ball falls short of the man at short leg, but I'm not sure it was bat anyway. But every action, every movement of the bat or the batter and the ball is being roared on by Northamptonshire at the moment, as you can completely understand from their point of view. As Compton drives that one into the offside, and that'll be 4 runs, and the Kent balcony, as you can understand as well, giving full applause to their side and to Ben Compton. What an incredible effort that's been from him. 326 minutes, 242 balls. That was his 12th boundary and his 102 not out. And they come out not just to cheer their side on, the players on the balcony there, but particularly Ben Compton. Whatever happens, it was a 3, I do beg your pardon. They ran 3. A heck of an effort from the Kent opener, who they were relying on very much to try and steer them through this on the final day. 2, 3, 4 for 5.
Yeah, terrific knock from Ben Compton, and if Kent do save this match, it will be very largely down to him.
So Daniel Bell-Drummond will face now, still surrounded by fielders, a short leg, 2 slips, silly mid-off. As Calvin Harrison comes over the wicket, Daniel Bell-Drummond defends that one, 5th ball of the 78th over. And it's possible they could get through more than 15 overs. Calvin Harrison bowls very quickly indeed, but I would imagine with the new ball available in 2 overs after this one, they will bring the seamers on. That kept a little bit low to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Not at any great pace. Slow and low this pitch now looks, and Daniel Bell-Drummond pushes that away for the end of the over. 2, 3, 4 for 5 Kent. Congratulations to Ben Compton. It's another one of those innings for which he's become very famous in Kent and renowned the country over. He goes on to 102 from 243 balls.
Yes, the problem I think that Northamptonshire will have, apart from getting wickets, which is never a particularly easy task, especially on, as you say, a pitch that's still not doing a great deal. You know, even if they got the full 15 overs, you could say, well, okay, that's a tough ask to get 5 wickets in 15 overs. But with the best will in the world, I'm not entirely sure they're actually going to get 15 overs, because it's already starting to get a little bit gloomy and the radar is not particularly encouraging. However, we are playing. Here's Conway in, bowls to Compton, and he just turns that away into the onside, and he's going to pick up a single. Fielder down there coming in off the boundary at deep square. one more to Compton. He goes to 103. Kent to 235 for 5. We came off for rain at 25 past 12 according to my notes, and got back on at 10 past 5. We were due to resume at 3:30, but at that stage 42 overs left, but the rain came again. As I say, well done the ground staff to get the ground playable. Here's Compton in, bowls, and on the back foot goes Drummond, plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. But yes, Northamptonshire, the players and the coaches have been down on the boundary, kicking a ball around, and a bit of body language from Darren Lehman, obviously itching to get on with it and hoping that match officials would see it his way, but they've been there for about half an hour. Here's Conway in and bowls to Drummond, who drives hard into the ground. It bounces up to mid-off, where Northamptonshire's captain Luke Proctor fields, and there is no run. Long conversation on the outfield while they were waiting for the outcome of the inspection between Nathan McSweeney and Kent's coach Adam Hollyoake, a good natter. Northamptonshire with 3 slips. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Bartlett at third. Now, we have a change in the field. James Sales is coming in at leg gully, and Rafi Weatherall is coming up from long leg on the boundary to sort of square leg, just a little bit in front, because they have short leg as well. And here's Conway to bowl to Drummond outside the off stump. Decent carry with the old ball through to Lewis McManus. Kent resuming this morning. If you're just catching up with today's events, on 162 for 3, they lost the second night watchman Jazz Singh, gloving a bouncer from Harry Conway through to Lewis McManus. He was out for 2, that was 173 for 4, and then Tawanda Miyeye, LBW to Sanderson for 4, that was 179 for 5, but that's the last of Northamptonshire's success so far. Here's Conway in, bowls, and Drummond pushes forward. I think a little mixture of bat and pad. It rolls up to mid-on, and there is no run, fielded there by Nathan McSweeney. Hands in pockets. The weather, I think, is coming from our right, from the southwest.
Yeah.
And just looks a wee bit threatening. The light isn't fantastic, but well, it's fair enough giving it a go. If there's any sort of chance of winning the game, you can understand Northamptonshire trying to take it, as Conway is in bowls and steered down to backward point by Drummond off the front foot, and there is no run, and that's the end of the second over of this evening session. 235 for 5, 103 to Ben Compton, 33 to Daniel Drummond, and we have 13 overs, or minimum of 13 overs remaining. We were having a little sort of private sweepstake earlier into how many we actually thought they would get in. I think I went for 5, which may be a little pessimistic, but
the radar is for Northamptonshire fans, you know, the weather will do what it will do.
Yes.
But the radar suggests that 15 overs are possible at this point, certainly. As this one keeps low from Calvin Harrison. It's turned by Compton straight at the man at short leg. And Sports Extra joining us right now. No, not just at the moment. They may join us for the denouement, who knows. But Calvin Harrison to Ben Compton, who just sweeps that low backward of square. And I'll let Radis take over the commentary just for a second.
Here's Harrison in again, bowls to Compton, and Compton, it's a little nick, I think, past the keeper. Or was it off the pad? It's eluded Lewis McManus. It's going down towards the boundary. It doesn't quite get there, and they come back for 2, and there is no signal, so we can only, there must have been a little nick there. Not a chance, I don't think. It went past slip. 237 for 5. Nervy moments as Harrison is in bowls and with a reassuring solidity. Compton is in behind that, plays it up towards Bartlett at forward short leg, and there's no run. Silly point, forward short leg, slip, leg slip. And, well, they're going to have to bring out another helmet for James Sales, who's going in at... Well, let's see where he is going to go in. They're bringing out another helmet, and it just uses up a little bit more time. But Sales is going to go in at... Let's have a little look. Going in at short mid-wicket. Sort of silly mid-on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 close catches around the bat, plus the keeper, including 3 on the leg side. And here's Harrison round the wicket, bowls to Compton, and Compton pushes it up towards mid-on. Harrison himself comes across the field, and there is no run. So forward, short leg, silly mid-on, silly mid-off, leg slip and slip. Here's Harrison in again, bowls and turned away past silly mid-on by Compton. Bit of fancy footwork from Harry Conway coming round to field. That's the end of another over, and the umpires are coming over to have a chat about something. The new ball is due, so maybe they just... Here they are. The new ball has been taken. It's being waved by umpire Hassan Adnan to the scorers. So the new ball has been taken, and this clearly represents Northamptonshire's last throw of the dice, really. It will be interesting to see who takes it with Harry Conway. Matt was making the point earlier that it might be that Calvin Harrison will carry on bowling with the new ball to try and get a little bit of bounce. Spinners have different views about bowling with a new ball. Some like it, some don't. Here's Conway then in to bowl outside the off stump, left alone by Bell Drummond.
Yeah, I was just wondering, as I said, just if it would give them... The pitch goes a little bit slow and low here on the... certainly later in the game, traditionally at Canterbury. And I just thought, given that Calvin Harrison was testing Ben Compton, particularly, perhaps a little bit of extra bounce, just worth a try, perhaps, from the captain.
I was say some spinners quite like bowling with the new ball. Others don't, find it hard to grip, just doesn't feel comfortable. Here's Conway in again, bowls and played down to backward point by Bell Drummond, and I have to say he seems to have, and it just feeds into exactly what Matt was just saying, he seemed to have a lot of time to play that, despite the fact it is with the new ball. But it's still, the pitch is still easy paced as it has been throughout.
Welcome to our online listeners on BBC Sport Online. Apologies, you haven't missed very much. We are 11.4 overs remaining in this final day here at Kent against Northamptonshire. 2-3-7 for 5. Northamptonshire needing 5 wickets if they can for the win.
Conway in, bowls, and Del Drummond was trying to leave that alone, and it ran off the face of the bat into the ground and was stopped by Vasconcelos at first slip. So a little bit of a false shot from Daniel Bell Drummond, who has been, I have to say, very, very solid since he came in this morning at the fall of Tawanda Mayeye's wicket. And 179 for 5. Northamptonshire were thinking that it was really only the weather that could stop them. Here's Conway in again, down the leg side, and Bell Drummond just shaping to play it away down towards fine leg. There is a leg slip in. Well, that would have been a serious strangle, but Bell Drummond in the end getting everything out of harm's way. Yeah, Northamptonshire would have been sensing then that it was just purely a question of whether they would have enough time because of the weather, and it was Compton and Bell Drummond who took it to 231 for 5 at 25 past 12 when they came off for rain for the first time. Here's Conway in, bowls, and Bell Drummond forward. Pushes it out towards cover. Ben Sanderson, who's fielding just behind square on the offside, within conversational range of umpire Harris, who is waving to someone in the stand for reasons as yet unexplained. He's having a cosy chat with Ben Sanderson down there. Light is not fantastic as Conway comes in, bowls to Bell Drummond, just slightly hurried into a defensive stroke, plays it down, runs it down to backward point where Sanderson fields, and that's the end of the first over with the second new ball. It was a maiden, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 57, Harry Conway, so 7 wickets in the match. The the conversation that umpire Harris was having with somebody that we couldn't see was with one member of the ground staff to bring some sawdust out, and it is going to be Ben Sanderson, so it's going to be the seamers with the new ball, and Ben Sanderson will bowl with it from this pavilion end.
Just looking at timing, because we're in the last hour, if you take, I think it's around about, give or take at 2 decimal places, 4 minutes and over that's allowed, then we started at 5:10. If we're in the last hour of the game, then Northamptonshire can get extra overs in till, by my calculations, around about 6 minutes past 5. This may sound like I'm being ridiculously officious, but just an indication that if they're on the hurry up and they want to bowl their spinners in a hurry, that would be the watershed, about 6 minutes past 5, them to get extra overs in. But with the seamers now appearing, perhaps not. Just thought I'd put that in as a proviso to what's going on. Ben Sanderson, 4 slips ranged in behind Ben Compton, and that is Ben Compton doing Ben Compton type things. Defender up to mid-off, no run.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was just a very slight delay because Ben Compton could see something behind the arm. It wasn't the Northamptonshire flag this time. Talking about flag gate earlier on. It was a spectator, I think, who was just having a good look from the balcony. What do you call it? The woolly stand overhang
Indeed,
to our right.
Yes, the woolly overhang, indeed, we like to call it. As Sanderson to Compton defends that off stump once again. Back at the bowler, which is it's probably a little bit too trivial given the fact that Frank Woolley was a legendary cricketer. I wonder he would look down his nose at that. He may well do, and quite rightly too. 237 for 5.
Best known, of course, for having a brother who played for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I mean that's all Ken fans talk about. The glorious connections, family connections that he had. As Sanderson then to Compton, squared him up a little bit. A wiggle of the bat to make sure that kept low into the offside, and I think it's fair to say this outfield is not quite as quick as it was when we started the day, because that has not exactly plugged, but it has got 2 strips away when Ben Compton has played the fast medium of Sanderson. But there we are.
Greens are holding, aren't they?
They are indeed, yeah. No backspin, I don't think, from Ben Compton. But 237 for 5 as Sanderson bowls to Compton. And that is another forward defensive shot up to mid-off. No intention to run as Luke Proctor picks it up at a fairly deep mid-off as well. Perhaps they're thinking about the mistimed straight drive or off drive.
Well, they're obviously thinking at the moment about trying to stop Compton taking a single with 2 balls left in the over. They want to have as many deliveries as possible, it would seem, at Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, they might think that they have a way in there better, certainly with Compton on 105 from 254 balls, and stops that one as well into the offside. Almost on his toes as a little jog after he's played that shot. Don't know if that's nervous energy. Having talked to Ben Compton, I would doubt it very much, actually.
Seems a fairly laid-back sort of personality.
I honestly don't know what sort of personality you have to I think almost an astronaut personality. Yes. Don't they say with astronauts they have to be very much in the moment, because you don't want to think about how far you're away from but yes. So perhaps I'll put that to him. Here's Sanderson to Ben Compton, playing it to the offside, and that is the end of the over. I was going to say, no, sorry, I'm going to stop that quip. 237 for 5. Not many people in the ground, so very little atmosphere here either, except out in the middle. But I won't say that, Ranners, because it would be cheap. But out in the middle, it just feels there's a palpable sense of tension here, particularly from the Northants players who you say have been desperate to get out for some cricket to bowl at Kent.
Yeah, and it's going to be Harry Conway, who's picked up 7 wickets in the match. He's had a good game with the ball again, as he did against Lancashire in the previous match when he picked up 6 wickets. So good start to the season for Harry Conway. And he's in and bowls to Drummond, who turns it away past short leg. Should only just be a single because there is a fielder, Ruffy Weatherall, down there at long leg. And indeed there is just 1 run. Drummond 234, Kent 238 for 5. The light is getting gradually worse. There's cloud building over to our right. And how much longer we shall be on for, I wouldn't like to say. As I say, my guess was 5 overs. They've gone slightly past that, but now they're changing the field, and the umpire, is he going to have to go across to point for the left-handed Compton? No, he's not. Yes, he is. Because, no, this is great. Northamptonshire have got 2 men behind square on the leg side, so obviously umpires wanted to make absolutely certain that somebody else doesn't stray behind. Here's Conway in, bowls to Compton, and Compton covers up. Pushes it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. 3 slips, a gully, and a backward point in place. Forward short leg, fairly deep. He's sort of not particularly a bat pad position. He's really 2 and a bit strips away. There's a mid-off, leg gully, and a deep backward square that was out of our view because of the aforementioned woolly overhang. And here is Conway in and bowls to Compton, pushes it down into the offside, and there is a single to be had to the left of the man at backward point. Big gap through the covers, obviously happy to tempt Compton into an expansive drive, but I think there's probably about as much chance of that as of me joining the Royal Ballet. 239 for 5. Drummond on strike, and the scoreboard, the lights starting to look very bright indeed. As Conway from the Nackington Road end is in and bowls outside the off stump. Tight lead from Drummond, but a good one. Again, it may have been, and we talked about this, I think, the first day of the match, which seems a very long time ago, that they're trusting the surface still, and I think he was happy probably to leave that on length, but it was tight. But good judgment shown by Daniel Drummond, and if anybody should know about pitches here at Canterbury, then you would think DBD ought to have a reasonable idea. 3 slips, Conway in and bowls to him outside the off stump, and that's a comfortable leave, more comfortable leave for Drummond. Goes through to Lewis McManus. This the only match now, I think, in progress. The others have finished. If assuming this does end in a draw, Northamptonshire will take 16 points, and by my reckoning that will put them up level with Worcestershire in 3rd place in the table. Durham are now top of Division 2 with 37 points. Lancashire had that terrific win over Derbyshire today, have 35 points. Here's Conway in, bowls to Drummond, pushes it out into the offside. Conway himself bends to pick it up. That is another over safely negotiated. 9 left. 239 for 5. Drummond 34. Compton is 106. So Durham 37, Lancashire 35. Worcestershire, who beat Middlesex in this round of matches, have 28. Northamptonshire, if this is a draw, will also have 28. Middlesex 25. Derbyshire 22. And then Kent, who will just take the 8 points for the draw, would have 19. And Gloucestershire played 2, lost 2, 0 points.
So Sanderson to resume. If you're a Northamptonshire fan northeast of this ground, get your hairdryer out, turn it to full because the clouds are encroaching. As down the leg side, where's that gone? It has gone behind Lewis McManus and actually past Harry Conway at fine leg. It's a leg by in any case, so not off the bat of Ben Compton. So yeah, the clouds coming from the southwest are gradually creeping over the ground, but they have stayed away for the first 6 overs of the 9 available. But as Andrew Rad said, it is getting a little bit gloomier here now. That might help them get wickets if they can stay on. Sanderson to Compton, plays it back at Sanderson. Then Ben Compton just goes off for a little walk towards square leg, not engaging with safe save. I don't think they were chatting anyway, but talk about batters' trigger movements when the ball's coming in. I'm fascinated to know what Ben Compton goes through his mind as he goes to reset. Perhaps nothing. It's Sanderson to Compton. Clear it, zen-like. Clipped into the onside. It's a nice looking shot. Will they come back for 2? They will. It was a late decision, but it's Rafi Weatherall out there. I don't think it was going to come in quick enough for him anyway, even if they'd dallied a little further. 2-4-5 for 5.
It's Ben Compton's 19th first-class 100. He's 3rd against Northamptonshire. Made one in 2022 and 2023.
He's been a revelation for Kent since he joined from Notts. This one's down the leg side. Compton goes to follow it, but it's is a little bit wide. Is this a point at which, counterintuitively to something like T20, the bowler says, "Come on, umpire, that's way down leg. That's I should get another one for that."
Yes,
this try everything.
This is also Ben Compton's 12th first-class 100 for Kent.
Yeah, but are all the others in? No, I'll say in a second. In Zimbabwe, as this one comes off the bat square, and Rafi Weatherall, who is essentially covering the leg side, goes and gets it from behind square, and it's a single. Daniel Bevel-Drummond will be on strike for the final ball of the 84th over.
6 in Zimbabwe
6
for Mountaineers, and 1 for KwaZulu-Natal Inland in South Africa.
There we go. And doing his job at the moment for Kent, Danny Bell-Drummond on 34 from 55 balls. Trying to protect his stumps now against Ben Sanderson. The field changes, still 4 slips in, and goes back at deep fine leg. Luke Proctor at wide mid-off now to Bell-Drummond, just drops the hands on that to stifle it. And Sanderson fields on his follow-through, and the end of the over. 2-4-6 for 5. Just to warn listeners online and elsewhere, I'll be doing an update into the BBC Reddicants sports bulletin at, coming up shortly. 5:40, I'm told. The ETA for that. But, haven't been talking to them much this afternoon because there's not been much to say.
246 for 5. 8 overs minimum remaining, and I think the umpires are going to have a word about the light. The light meter is out. It has been put on the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Ooh.
Now, Hassan Adnan is...
He's not... Neither of these are going to be popular if they take them off, that's for sure.
Well, it is getting darker. They will, as we've said, just to recap for you, they will have made taken a reading when they came off for bad light the other evening, and that is then the benchmark for the game. Now, it looks at the moment as though they're saying, "Okay, we carry on." I just wonder. No, I think he might have said, "You can stay on if you bowl a spinner."
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, but it might have got to that
because
watershed now.
Conway was ready to bowl. He's now taken his sweater. There's a lot of discussion going on.
And who's that at the far end ripping off the sweater?
I'm just looking to see who it is. It is, I think, Nathan McSweeney.
You're absolutely right, yes. So there we are. More drama in this match.
So the umps have said, if you want to stay on, chaps, you're going to have to bowl a bit of twirl.
And obviously any darker and they'll come off entirely. But yeah.
So, Harry Conway, who does look faintly disgruntled because he was looking forward to steaming in again, is now pulling on his long-sleeved sweater, and it is going to be the off-spin of Nathan McSweeney to bowl from the Nackington Road end.
I wonder what his expectations of bowling today were at the beginning of the day.
Well, as I say, he took a wicket in his.
I'm not.
With his fourth ball in the championship in the last game against Lancashire.
Well,
no, you're absolutely right. I mean, he probably wouldn't have been expecting to do much, if any, bowling today.
I hope I'm not denigrating him from that point of view.
Not at all. Anyway, 5 men around the bat, plus the keeper, as McSweeney bowls round the wicket. It's short. It's hammered away by Ben Compton for 4. And Northamptonshire have got a couple of the support staff over on that side of the ground to pick the ball up and get it in as quickly as they can. I think Lee Daggett's arm might need a little bit of loosening up. That wasn't him in his pomp in the outfield during his playing days. That barely reached the square, but never mind. Here's McSweeney. In again and bowls to Compton, a little bit short. This time Compton looking to force off the back foot. It's fielded by the bowler. And I'll make way for Matt, who's going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners.
Thank you very much indeed. As McSweeney to Compton leaves it outside the off stump, through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Trying to pry them out. Actually, we're just hearing about Sussex in our ears right now on the South East Bulletin. A great win for them by 5 wickets. And dead batted by Compton to the man at silly mid-off. Calvin Harrison, unsurprisingly, is warming his shoulders up to try and get into action here. Round the wicket comes Nathan McSweeney. One hand, one bounce to the man, George Bartlett, under the helmet at silly mid-off. Update coming now. Yeah, nervous last hour for Kent to try and bat this one out for a draw. They're 250 for 5 in increasingly gloomy skies here at Canterbury as McSweeney bowls to Compton, who has 113, a fine century, which might, in the end, save Kent from what would have been a heavy defeat against Northamptonshire, have bossed most of this game. Yes, rain has wiped out most of the final day, John, you're absolutely right. And then, 10 past 5, the umpire said, we can have 15 overs if the weather stays okay. It's now so gloomy here that only the spinners are allowed to bowl. The quick bowlers, for safety's sake, are not allowed to bowl at Kent. But Ben Compton particularly has had problems. All the problems he's had have really been from spinner Calvin Harrison, who's about to bowl to him here. So there's still jeopardy in this match. We thought 2 hours ago, no chance of getting back on, and we have a game, and an exciting one at that. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app, as long as we are.
So we will find out now if Calvin Harrison does enjoy bowling with a new ball. Again, he don't think he would have been expecting it, would he?
Indeed not.
Here is Harrison then. Round the wicket, bowls to Compton. And Compton is forward. Surrounded by 5 close catchers. Silly mid-off, slip, leg slip, short leg, silly mid-on. And Harrison round the wicket to Compton. And it's a little bit short, and Compton's able to just manoeuvre it down behind square on the leg side. And there is no run. There's a man on the 45, there's a square leg, and there's a mid-wicket, and then an extra cover. Luke Proctor, the captain, watching proceedings. Here's Harrison in again, bowls to Compton, turns it just past. Safe Zabe, forward short leg. Goes down to man behind square, and there's no run. Harrison in again, bowls to Compton, and Compton this time just drops it out with a dead bat into the offside. And under the lid at silly mid-off. Blue sky gradually being displaced by cloud coming in from our right, from the west, turned away by Compton. Out to Ben Sanderson at mid-wicket, whose bowling today has been, well, certainly in this session, has been rather less than he would have thought. Harrison was in his delivery stride. Compton wasn't ready and had backed away. So Harrison has to go back to his mark. He's in, bowls, and Compton turns it round the corner. Well stopped by the man at leg slip. But it is a dot ball, and at maiden for Calvin Harrison, who He's certainly had plenty of work in these first couple of games. Bowled 50-odd overs against Lancashire, and has bowled 31 overs in this innings, 14 in the first innings. So, well, you know, the move to make sure he gets plenty of action in red ball cricket, rather justified. But Kent 251 for 5. It is now, I have to say, very dark. I can't think they're going to stay on much longer, even with the spinners. It is very gloomy.
Yeah, 6 overs. Well, I say 6 overs available. They said I think 506 would be the threshold. So if they're bowling, if they can stay on with the lines and getting through these spinners overs fairly quickly.
But Louis Kimbu's just coming off the field with 12th man. You can see the shadow.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Cast.
And yeah, this is a dirty grey cloud, it has to be said, to our right.
Safe Zabe is going to have a bowl, left arm spin.
Trying everything now to Beldrummond blocks it out into the offside. Ricardo Vasconcelos is the man fielding under the lid at silly mid-off. One of 5 close fielders, wicket-keeper as well. This one's pushed into the onside by Daniel Beldrummond. So I think they're right just to get through these overs quickly, have some hustle, make sure they face as many deliveries as they possibly can, perhaps make room for Calvin Harrison, perhaps to be a little bit more composed at the other end, if that makes sense. Oh, bat and pad. Just skews out on the offside.
Safe Zabe is certainly in the Simon Kerrigan school of getting through the over quickly. Is.
Left arm around the wicket, driven by Daniel Beldrummond. That will be 4. I think, yeah, even a slowish outfield. That's been hauled in. That's good effort by Luke Proctor. His bowler Safe Zabe will thank him for that. It's 3 in the end for... no, 2 actually. They've only gone through for 2 for Daniel Beldrummond. There's a spot of rain on the window, but nothing apocalyptic right now. This one's quicker from Zabe. It's jabbed into the offside off the back foot by Daniel Beldrummond. What I was saying in a very ineloquent style was, if they get through the overs quickly at the far end, Calvin Harrison is their frontline spinner, isn't he?
Yeah,
give him the time.
Yeah, no, I think it makes complete sense. Northamptonshire's head coach and assistant coach Darren Lehman and Glenn Chappell putting in a lap.
I've been impressed by the number of laps.
Well, yeah,
Darren Lehman's done actually, but this is a nervous one.
Out there at the moment, it might be suffering from exposure as Harrison starts a fresh over and plays it just in front of silly mid-on. It's still anxious moments, although you feel we may not be on much longer. Harrison runs in, doesn't feel comfortable, goes back to his mark. 5 round the bat plus the keeper. Harrison in, bowls, and not Proctor. Compton comes forward, and off a mixture of inside edge and pad, it runs down the pitch, and they have a little shout, presumably thinking it might have been pad first. Not out, says the umpire. Harrison, that's short. It's turned round the corner to Rafi Weatherall, who's on the 45, saving 1. Compton comes down and does a bit of gardening, just to waste another second or 2. Here's Calvin Harrison round the wicket again, bowls, and that does turn and drop down in front of him by Ben Compton, who then just kicks it away to make sure it wasn't going to roll back anywhere near the stumps. Belt and braces, I think they call that. Here's Harrison, and again bowls to Compton, and that's well bowled from Harrison. Again, I think might have been the top spinner, just hustled on to Compton a little bit, but he played it very solidly, as he's played pretty much everything in this superb innings of his. Here's Harrison in again, and Compton again, right back on his stumps, dropping it into the ground in front of silly mid-off. There is no run. Another maiden for Calvin Harrison, 32 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 70. And now big drops of rain just starting to fall on our window in front of the commentary position here.
There's almost a bit of football going on, and I think it was the penultimate ball when Ben Compton went outside the off stump with his left foot, and there was the left foot of Lewis McManus. It was like Danny Bell Drummond, just a little cameo of shadow play perhaps. Ball played into the onside by Danny Bell Drummond, off, save Zabe, who is already ready for the next delivery. Bell Drummond angles that out into the offside, Weatherall Fields. He does get through quick, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Save Zabe, exactly the man to turn to. Once more to Daniel Bell Drummond, pushes forward into the onside. Short leg Fields. George Bartlett, no run. Still 2 leg slips, slip and a silly mid off. That's it straight at on the bounce at Ricardo Vasconcelos, who jumps like a skipping rope for a second, trying getting out the way of it. Fields it with his body. This one's a quicker delivery from Zabe. Back at Vasconcelos by Daniel Bell Drummond. 2-5-3 for 5. One more. And this one dealt with again by Daniel Bell Drummond, has just stifled that into the onside, and George Bartlett picks it up at his feet. Zabe has number 2 off 2 overs. It's the none that matters to Northamptonshire at the moment. 5 wickets down for Kent. They have to find something now to try and make the breakthroughs very late in this game. They're asking a lot here of their bowling to try and unsettle Kent and rifle through them in the remaining perhaps half an hour we might have of this game left now.
Harrison in again, round the wickets, bowling to Compton, who pushes forward. Again, I think he's got himself outside the line. We talked about this earlier. A lot of shouting going on, but Compton playing a shot. And if he gets himself out outside the line, then he's okay. Doesn't lack company at the moment. 5 men round the bat, and that's turned away by Compton. Full delivery past silly mid-on. James Sales under the helmet. Might be running out of helmets out there actually. I think what 5 wearing helmets, including the keeper, around the bat. Here's Harrison in again, bowls, and forward comes Compton off the inner portion of the bat, but safely enough into the ground in front of the 2 men close in there on the leg side. Harrison into Compton, a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker, but Compton is in behind it, playing defensively. Blue sky over in the distance, but the light just starting to fade. Over the wicket now goes Harrison to try a different line of approach, but Compton is equal to it. Playing it into the ground in front of short leg. 1 ball left in the over. And Harrison is in, bowls to Compton, who plays it into the ground in front of silly mid-off. End of another rapid over. 33 overs, 11 maidens, 1 for 70, Calvin Harrison. But the runs, of course, are completely academic in this context. It's going to be Zabe to continue. No, I think, is it? Yes, it is. It is going to be Zabe.
Just a word for Christine. Thank you so much for your email. She says it's lovely in Dover. I've done 1.5 supporters club web pages. I'm going cross-eyed with the coding, but I'm so glad Ben Compton got his century. This one's defended by Daniel Beltran back up the pitch. Christine, thank you very much. No, just was shortly before we went off for rain. You said one saying you were trying to make sense of the supporters club web pages, and turning to HTML sounds very complicated. Rather you than me. Blocked by Daniel Bell Drummond into the onside. I hope that's gone well.
John Ball printing set was much easier, wasn't it? Really, just put the little rubber letters in.
2-5-3 for 5. Bell Drummond facing Zabe now. Blocks out again. Then bats it, and there's no run. With a minimum of 9 balls remaining available, but I reckon we'll have another quarter of an hour after that. Also available for Northamptonshire. Please correct me if I'm going wrong with this,
no,
but
I think you're
feels
right.
like we're in the last hour and they're getting through the overs very quickly. Another dot ball, so 4 bowled here by Zabe. I wonder how often he's bowled with the new ball. or a 2-over-old ball. This
No.
one's blocked into the offside.
When he was playing league cricket for Northampton Saints a few years ago, he often, in the days before they had limits on bowlers' overs, he used to bowl right the way through.
Right. Easy round the wicket now to Bell Drummond. Aggresses that one. It's fielded by Conway at mid-on, who goes down, as they say, in instalments. I think
Yes.
big Harry Conway. Timber, it felt like that, didn't it, as a stop?
Oh,
But he's got back up okay,
He
which
has,
is the
yes,
important thing.
That's right. He just went down slightly like the sack of spuds, didn't he? I think the umpires are going to have a little
Yeah,
chat.
I'll be down for a week after that. He's got a quick smart, of course.
Well,
they are.
It is dark. There's
Yeah.
the odd spot of rain in the air. They're either going to have another look at the light. The light meter is out. They place it on top of the stumps.
You'd have to say, as you said before, when you look at the floodlights, they are absolutely beaming out in comparison to the natural light.
And that
So-
is that. And that is
that it?
handshakes all round.
is,
And
yeah.
the match has been abandoned as a draw. And well played Ben Compton, because without his remarkable contribution here, 114 not out Ben Compton off 287 balls, having batted all told for 6 hours and 9 minutes.
Goodness me.
But it's wonderful knock from Ben Compton. But Northamptonshire, in the end, they were hoping to get the full 96 overs in today. In the end, they managed 35, and they picked up just 2 wickets. So they probably had about a third of what they were hoping to get, because I think they probably, with Harrison bowling all day, might have got a few more in than the 96 given a full day. But the weather, well, a mixture of the weather and Ben Compton really thwarting Northamptonshire. So match drawn. Kent get 8 points, just the 8 points for the draw. Northamptonshire get the maximum points available for the draw, which is 16, 5 batting points, 3 bowling points and 8 for the draw. So it puts Northamptonshire on to 28 points, joint third in the table with Worcestershire, ahead of the game against Middlesex starting at Wantage Road on Friday. But they, we've praised the ground staff, and rightly so. The umpires got out there, I think, as soon as they sensibly could. But it's obvious, I think, to anyone who's on the ground that it is getting very, very gloomy. The mark had been set, of course, much earlier in the game, and so they have to go along with it. And I don't think there's any doubt that that was the right call.
No, you'll see from my post-day photos online in a few minutes' time. The sky's looking biblical here, but yeah, the umpires, the ground staff did absolutely everything to get the players back on the field. The tail of the tape, though, with the bonus points tells you a lot of what you need to know about this match. Northamptonshire absolutely dominated. Kent were very much, if they weren't saved by the weather, they were very much aided by it on the final day. Northamptonshire arguably should have won this match, but there we go. That's cricket. That's the weather. Kent would have had a say had they got on all day, and who knows what Ben Compton might have done. Ifs and buts and maybes, but the two sides now shaking hands and the umpires coming off. And that is our coverage for the 4 days. We didn't think we'd have this much drama late on day 4 when pretty much looked like the ground was going to go underwater. But it has finished as a draw. So two draws for Kent, 2 draws for Northamptonshire, but the bonus points are all grabbed by the visiting side here for that gargantuan first innings total, and a fantastic bowling effort first up as well. So thank you to Andrew Rad. It's been great to have your company, Andrew, and as always, and the return leg will come before we know it.
It will, yeah. It's always a pleasure to come down to Canterbury, and just to repeat what I've said a couple of times during the match, it's one of the friendliest places to come on the circuit, and thanks to all concerned, and thanks to you, Matt. Been a lot of fun over the 4 days, and look forward to the return at Wantage Road, when you'll be able to see our new palatial commentary facilities.
I'm looking forward to that.
Well,
I'll make sure I dress up.
Not in the ski gear.
No, maybe not this time. And thank you all for listening and for your emails as well, getting in touch with us during the game, keeping us company as always. It's been fantastic to have you listening, and to Rita Green and to Fred Atkins, from me, Matt Cole, and from Andrew Rad. It is, very much good night now from the St Lawrence ground, with the draw between Kent and Northamptonshire.